Hello, hello. I hope you're good. As always, we have some good news, we have some bad news, we have some news. I hope your week was great. It is a Friday. We have some reviews to do, if we can. And we have some videos that are not posting, which is pretty annoying, but it's gonna be fine. Cody, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? All of that? All of that? This is not working. Sorry, something is broken. That's me. I am broken. That makes sense. Um, this thing needs to be posted and it doesn't post. That is the annoyance. I don't know if you use NordVPN, by the way, small side derail from the still not railed. That sounds crazy. Stream. But NordVPN has been updated with a new design, which is pretty impressive. And yeah, it. Sorry, it is pretty good. But thank you, Cody, for being here after Hilfort Ilfort game on Wednesday. I appreciate it. And now we are French for some reason. Mm. Sony, welcome on in. At least, good thing, right? You selected the French me right away at exactly 0 second from the minute. So that means that when the minute is passed, I can stop, which is perfect timing. Perfect timing. It is very good. But yes, I hope your week was great. It is Friday. We don't have a lot of things to talk about, you know. I was expecting to work on stuff, and I didn't. Aha! I didn't. I thought it would be fine, but it wasn't. I mean, the IDs are not coming in, and therefore not much have happened. I know exactly what needs to be worked on, which is the thing that is pissing me off. Um, we, however, have a fourth person paying and 111 users on ban so far, which is pretty cool. We have all of that, and that is that's nice. That is nice. Um, so that's good news so far. But yeah, no, most of the thing that I need to work on here are micro interactions and additions on teeny tiny things. And because I don't have the skills, this is really complicated. Basically, what I want to have is like better rendering for the buttons. It's, I know, I know, but it needs better rendering for the buttons, for sure. So these ones, for example, needs to be a bit more working as expected. The hover on the already selected version makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. So it's just wild to have a hover here. Then these ones needs to be a bit more brighter, interesting. I feel like, and I don't know if I have these ones on here. I may have. It's been a while though. Also, if you haven't seen this thing, I'm really interested in that for no absolute reasons. This is a slug toad robot thing for navigation purposes only, for sure. Nothing else. This would make an amazing robot. Anyways, yeah, there is a lot of people that have been showing and touching some very specific components. Yeah. Nothing else. Nothing else. Absolutely not. No ID. I mean, this one is a bit of a similar thing. It doesn't really. I mean, it's not necessarily the person that I had in mind, but like that's the type of teeny tiny addition. I mean, this one is very big so that you can see the details, but these are the type of thing that I kind of want to have on the buttons to be like more worked on and more defined overall. That's the plan. So we'll see if that happens. Um, the my feed, I posted, Godwin, hi, welcome in, welcome back. I posted one single tweet earlier today about paper.design, which is a tool that, uh, how can I say that? Lied? They very much lied on their landing page, and that pissed me off. And I have beef with them. And congrats, goddamn, 50 is a long time. Goddamn, Kana, congrats. That impressive. Impressive. Welcome on in. Basically, the issue that I have with them is that in the beginning, when they created the first landing page, they showcased a version of the app right here at the top that was absolutely not what they had as the app inside. And I get it; it's for marketing purposes and so on. But it was absolutely false. So you were expecting things when you were looking at the landing page and then arriving on the app itself that looked like this now. So that's the first thing that pissed me off. The second thing is that everyone on Twitter is sharing the exact same thing. So there is like single shader that they have been using and showcased. And then since then, now that they have integrated with like Cloud Code and other things, the only thing that people are talking about are the loading animations right there. Like that teeny tiny thing is the only thing that people are talking about, and it makes absolutely no sense. So I asked basically, why? Like I just said, from the outside, the only thing that I've seen was in the beginning was this is going to take over Figma. And then people said, oh, this shader is so good. And then 200 people said the exact same thing. And then now everyone is just on the dots, as I said. So in that, a lot of other people have been saying similar thing, have similar views than what I have, which is pretty cool. But the creator, the founder of Paper, this whole interaction is really cool. I like it. Basically, they said we launched the desktop version last week, and to which they said it was interesting. Obviously, they are a bit biased because they are the founder of Paper. Nonetheless, I just replied, yes, I know that, but it doesn't change the fact that anything that I see from designer is talking about the dot animation, nothing else, and there is no one that is praising or complaining about Paper, and it doesn't seem to have any substance to the tool, and that's really sad. And their reply is the best reply they could have given me, because it doesn't give me anything. Like, that kind of implied, please give me use cases and the substance behind the tool that you have built so that I can just know exactly what's happening. But no. Anyways, from this one, I know that we have like two replies. That person, Grim, has been telling me that this was my personal feed, and then proceeded to give me their whole experience with Paper, which is really cool. So that's exactly what I was looking for. Basically, from what I extracted from this thing, the very single use case for Paper.design right now is the fact that their Canva is an HTML first Canva, and therefore the MCP with Cloud Code and so on is really good at extracting the content, because you can right away just, well, the Canva is in HTML and CSS, and therefore when you are porting that to a real website, it's going to work, and it's going to be exactly one-to-one, and that's going to be exactly what you wanted. So that's basically the only thing. And then I realized that this person is a dev and not a designer. That's probably one of the reasons why they have a very good time with Paper itself. But the fact that they say that they like the simplicity of Paper, compared to like other tools, because it is very simple, is a very good thing as well. And also based on the fact that they are a dev, it makes a lot of sense. Nonetheless, this is really cool. So that gave me a bit of an information about what they have, and I do agree with them. But most of the people in the replies of that initial tweet have been saying very similar thing of, we don't really understand like what it is. Most people have the same, or at least in my feed, most people have the same experience of, we don't really know what paper does. So that's a good thing, which means that if Stefan doesn't take that into consideration, they don't care about the main uses that they're supposed to have. So we'll see. Nonetheless, I still have I relaunched it earlier today to check. I still have the app to make sure that everything is in there, but it's a bit slow. And it's not great. So yes, that is a good question. Figma has been my home since 2018, 2017, 2018. And before that it was Sketch, before that it was the Adobe products, and before that it was on pen and paper. And when paper.design came out, or at least hinted at something that would come out, a lot of designers were extremely hyped about it. And they were basically, to my personal understanding, overselling the entire thing by making it sound like paper would be the best design tools that you have ever seen in your life. And the thing is, the thing is that they marketed themselves as a tool for designer to do design thing like Figma was doing within the browser, with a very high like emphasis on shaders. So they wanted to say, well, we want this thing to be like this, for example. We want to create shaders, specifically that shader, that's the only one that came out, and make sure that this is good and this works and whatever. But that was on paper, on brand with what they wanted to do. And other than that single thing, the tool itself is not that good. So there is a difference in between the hype and the thing that the founder are doing, obviously, or saying. And so I'm invested because it's a new design tool, and as a designer, looking at new design tools and looking at new tools is the thing that is interesting. So that's the reason. That is the reason. And that 20 was too much. So that's why I'm so invested in this thing, just because I want new tools to bring competition to Figma, for example, because Figma is currently the only viable option. I mean, Sketch is fine, but it's not good. I mean, it's still good, but it's just like it's Mac only. So if you have a dev that is on Windows, then you can't communicate with them. So that's the main thing. They are, yes. Yes. You basically have, you know what, I can kill that. You basically have paper that we've been talking about right now, which is kind of new. You have Figma, that is the most common one. Then you have Sketch, which is the precursor to Figma. Like it was there before, and then Figma happens to be much better for many reasons, and they didn't really catch up. And now they kind of did, but not entirely. One of the really good thing is the fact that um, this is also, I don't know why my computer is screaming at me. This is like a macOS only experience, and therefore it is optimized as possible to run on macOS and be good. Um, but yeah, like that's a small detail. So you have Figma, you have Sketch. You had things that came in and came out really, really quickly. So stuff like Adobe XD came in, came out. Some people are still using Photoshop and Illustrator for building interface, which makes absolutely no sense. But um, yeah, that's the that's the thing. So Google Stitch is kind of shit. Yeah. So obviously I have a lot of biases when it comes to this one. Um, what? Why is this not right there? Why am I here? That makes no sense. That is not what you're supposed to see. Um, so about uh, what is that? About 2 years ago, 3 years ago now. Um, yeah, here. 2 years ago, we talked about a tool called Galileo AI, and Galileo AI was something similar to Stitch, if you have used Stitch. Um, and we talked about it, and it was shit. It was absolute trash, and the output was absolute trash, and the description of the output was even more trash than what we had in the design. And then a year later, we came back to it to see if it had been updated, if it had evolved, if it was better. And it was, guess what, still shit. So that was really disappointing. They didn't change anything. Basically, we used the exact same prompt twice. So the first time and then the second time, exactly the same thing. And then turns out that Galileo got acquired by Google and renamed it Stitch. So what you have used is basically Galileo AI with the Google quote of paint on top of it. And um it's not good. Like it doesn't really give us things that are good enough for anything. Like our very simple and reusable prompt testing is this. We just want a streaming platform homepage with a purple accent color. Basically, we're trying to recreate No Mercy as a prompt. It is very, very bad for a prompt because it needs like a lot more layers, but we just want to see how these models are interpreting these. So that is what it is. But the issue is that even if the model has been getting better, um, it's it's still shit. It's still shit, and I would say most of the thing that take time when it comes to these generation is the fact that they are trying to generate the images as well, instead of using stock images banks and just play with that and go faster because the layout itself is very, very, very bad. So that's something that is so Stitch is not as good as it seems to be. I'm almost certain that it will be good for a very specific type of people that don't have the design skills that I have, and that's fine. but it's not as usable as you think it is. It is much better to go through this process right here and do that instead. So Camden has been doing this for a while, goes to Nano Banana Pro, ask it to generate a landing page like screenshot. You can see that it is a Nano Banana generation. And then from that, which is already pretty okay, goes into Figma, recreate the entire thing, and touch it up, which is basically what you need to do. And the fact that Stitch gives you a copy to Figma stuff is an option out there. Oh, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? Been a while. So that is the way of using AI, and basically using Nano Banana from the get-go is a much better output. And because right now you have the generate image or make image, I forgot exactly, yeah, make an image right here within Figma. You can define which models you're using based on what is available. All of that is going to give you the ability to create something really fast and really well. So if I say that I need a product dashboard, dashboard with charts. If I could type, that could be good. With charts in donuts and bar charts for products. And location for highest demands. I don't know, something, whatever. And then ask Nano Banana to create something for me. Obviously, it's going to be a bit of a square thing because Figma just creates squares in the beginning. And apparently right now, because I said that, we go to 2.5 and see if it works better. Then have a start, or at least a starting point. So Stitch is going to be good because you're going to have something that you can copy paste to Figma and then iterate on that. But it's not as good as using pencil. Like, this is kind of futuristic and kind of shit. But if I just, you know, take that and I say that this is my initial first draft for the content, it's not as bad as it could be. It is really bad because this is not a website. This is just like a PowerPoint slide right here. But yeah. Yeah. I think for you specifically, you might get a better output with pencil.dev because I mean, it's similar to Stitch in a way, specifically if you are already someone that is using Claude Code and Codex. Yes, you can basically plug it within, and it will generate designs that are a lot better and that have the ability to say, use my components. So if you are the dev of a team and your designer is using Pencil for creating the design system and how things are supposed to be looking and so on, you can say, use the components in this project to create a new page that is a dashboard. And then it will generate something that is based on the exact same design language, and you don't have to think about it too much. So that is one of the pretty good overall option. And right now, Paper is trying to achieve this, but it is kind of failing, and Pencil is a bit better, and it currently is kind of not open source, but free. So, you know, eh, we like it. And it has the option to be like directly integrated within Cursor and VS Code and so on as an add-on. So you can basically have your design tool within your Cursor window right here, and then navigate back and forth and do your things properly. So that's a bit of a thing. Um, but yeah, I mean, I see your point with the dev integrated system. Nonetheless, all of these current direction in which the design tools are going is very much dev oriented. That's the truth. But then again, going back to what you just said about not needing to send full design and so on, or you to do that, like you can just take screenshot and such. I have built this app um, on my own with no code knowledge. At some point, the design became this. This is going to be the greatest example every time I'm showing this thing. Basically, this is what Cursor gave me in the first place, and I was like, well, no shit. This is basically what we want to build, and we need to have the question at the top and the question content underneath. But we basically need to segment stuff. And then once that was done and better, I now have, I don't know if I have like a screenshot of this thing. I probably do. Um, yeah. Somewhere around here. Now we have like the proper alignment for everything, and that was achieved because I just did a quick sketch based on what we currently had. So comparison between existing output of code compared to what I wanted to have is or was uh, kind of the best option so far. So it works, and it's easier when you have like an MCP or way for you to communicate within your design tool and your code um, environment slash folder. So pencil is that. Paper is trying to be this. Obviously, based on the latest update, it seems to be really cool. But yeah, that's that's kind of the idea and the direction in which we are going to go. Um, no, basically, uh, we don't really have great animation tools. We have great add-ons and plugins for the animations. We can create some transitions, but they are not necessarily. Let me rephrase that. We can 100%. We can create transitions that are as lifelike as possible. We can create transitions. Mhm. Even even the stream doesn't want me to talk about animation. That's crazy. Um, Basically, you probably missed what I said. The animation part, you can create a thing in Figma, you can create a thing in other tools. The amount of time that it takes you to create said animation in these tools is going to be way too much time and energy and work compared to what you can simply do within the code. So right now, I have basically still not a dev, that hasn't changed, but my design process is, do you have the idea of what it's supposed to be looking like in your head, which is the case, and then do that in code instead of thinking about doing it in Figma. And then when something happened within, like here, for example, I had an issue with the fact that when the more button was opening, it was creating a zone where you couldn't click underneath. Like you couldn't click here even though you were on the card. You couldn't click here either. You couldn't click there either. It wouldn't like collapse. If you clicked there, then it collapsed the menu. But instead of like explaining it, I just took a screenshot, added a right rectangle, and then re-exported these two things, send that to cursor, and then had the output. So it's um it's that system and that workflow has been like reduced to just, well, we can do that. I can explain that instead of cursor directly, to the point where this for some people might be ending up at, well, you can't really create core animations just in code. You need some visuals to make things work. And to this, I always show this section because that navigation that I built with the elastic-ish navigation thing, well, that's something that I did basically in code. There was some reflection and thinking within Figma to make sure that I had the understanding of how this should, behave and so on. But that's about it. Obviously, this glitch is because of the mirror version of the iPhone. That's so sad. I wish that wasn't the case, but that is the case. So, yeah, it's so wild. But yeah, let me go back there. Yes. Also, thanks a lot for the sub. I appreciate it. I think something happened to Stream Element in a way, because I haven't heard a single animation or single alerts right there. Let me reread that. Wandering in the middle between design software and code rendering of components, the interactivity. I know Figma has some of that due to the HTML and JS stuff. Not really. Figma is mostly a displacement animation most of the time, which is not really good. But it's basic CSS transitions 99% of the time with morphing. That's about it. Unless you have like some presets, this is not going to be the case. So Figma is not as good. You have, like, as I said, you have plugins like Jitter, like Loti, Rive plugins within Figma that you can implement and then have like a more realistic animations and transition, but it's not as good. And if you are thinking about the micro interactions and the thing that you want to have within your output while you are in the code, then you would benefit from understanding the CSS transition and motion.dev situations more than the motion design that goes inside of a design tool, because it's, at the end of the day, the designer can create things that the dev can't, and the other way around as well. So that's the thing that you need to be aware of. Yeah. Also, Abdel, thanks a lot again for the sub. Appreciate it. And that is the link for Can if you are looking for the Android version. It's in there. But yeah, these are the type of thing that I've done when it comes to making sure that my transitions are good. Same thing in Perfume, which is right there. To have like right animation, transitions, layout, all of that is the type of thing that I kind of want to have. Made sure that it worked, and now we are pretty okay with it. So it's not the best, but it works and it does its job. So I'm pretty happy with it. There are a lot of things that needs to be changed so far. But it's okay. It's working. It does stuff. But yeah, you can do like a lot of the animation and transition. The thing that I would remind everyone again as well is the fact that one of the reasons why I have success with cursor and creating designs through codes directly is because I've been doing that for so long that I can explain what's not working and what's working in a way that is understandable for junior dev or junior designer, because I have been managing people as well. And I'm taking cursor as if it was a junior. So I can just say, well, here you need to change this thing to behave that way, or in that thing we need to go in a different direction, and that helps. The thing that I've seen as well in the beginning was it was really helpful to push the system towards something that is a bit more example based. So basically saying, we're trying to achieve this thing, which is supposed to be similar to this thing that already exists, that is probably in the learning data of the models. So, yeah. I don't know what ELI5 is, which I'm probably reading as Ellis, but I don't know what that is. But maybe yes. Um, but I also have some of the advantage of saying, oh, explain like I'm five. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Um, I've been teaching design for 10 years. So, yeah, it's uh, it's also something that helps when you want the LLM to understand the design direction in which you want to go. So, yeah, but like again, here, for example, I had this thing as a base and I said, well, I need a way to have like more cards option. Is this something that's going to be floating above? Is this something that's going to be like an expansion of the same size element? Is it going to be um, an extension with like an arrow and then you can go to the next cards? Is it something that's going to expand? And I ended up using the expansion version with a bit of a fan tray for now. I want it to be a bit better, but like for now, that's what we have. That's the extent of the design tool usage that I've had. Like I basically just said, well, yeah. Once I have the idea of how things are supposed to work, I was like, well, this is supposed to be looking and behaving like a fab, a floating action button. And because of how this thing is supposed to be working within that system, let's just create a drop up or drop down menu instead and restyle each of the rows so that we have proper containers and proper like cursor behavior outside of it and within it and so on. So that was a bit of a, again, it's just a knowledge-based situation. So it works. Cybersect, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? But it is way more interesting to get something like pencil.dev as a tool right now. However, when it comes to the latest addition to Figma, for example, a lot of people and a lot of new features of Figma are basically what these new tools are doing. So you can plug Cloud Code and Codex directly with, I think, Cloud Code more because Anthropic and Figma have a very good relationship. So you can plug that together and get Cloud Code to build the design for you within Figma. And then you can just say, well, I have this website already. Let's put that inside of my Figma file so that I can iterate on it. And it's just like, here is the URL, here is the outputted version inside of Figma, and that's working. So all of these new tools, paper, pencil, probably a lot of others that will be useful and mentioned, are things that are going to be integrated within Figma soon, if not already. And therefore, I don't see the point, personally speaking, of learning some of the new tools. But I'm still, again, going back to the first thing that I said, I'm still really interested and invested in that tools and that tool war that we have, because it's competition, and because of the competition, we have things moving much faster in the right direction here and there. So yeah, like that's a good point as well. A lot of people are bouncing between tools because, like, maybe paper is doing something better for the MCP because of the fact that it is some sort of a HTML Canva, so that makes sense. And then Figma has a better design generation because of the system prompt. And maybe Pencil has a bit of a better understanding of the design system because it's something that works within their own systems. So, maybe you bounce between tools, you do your things, but it's an interesting system nonetheless. So we'll see. But we've had a lot of things to say about that. There's been a lot of other tools very similar to this to generate designs, and so far most of them, if not all of them, have been as shitty as they could be. And if I just, reuse that same prompt right here and do the regular presentation, Figma has a thing that is called first draft. And that first draft is it's a basic site. And I'm looking for a streaming platform homepage with a purple accent color. And I'm just making that. The fact that I'm having the ability to generate something directly within Figma and be pretty okay with the output. Like right now, again, the thing that is gonna take the most time is gonna be generating the images, because for some reason they always want to generate images instead of not. And again, the output is very similar to what Stitch is giving me, and it's within the paid tier of Figma, but it's like included in there. So I have all of that. I have my purple/pink accent color. And then one of the things that I do like about it is that you can just simply switch the style if you wanted something that was like sharp, more green, a different purple. Like that's a thing you can do. And it's not perfect, but I'm here, and now I can say, well, this section is not supposed to be that small or that condensed, or this element should be a component instead of anything else. So I can just copy paste, create a component, copy paste that to the others, and play with them, and that would work much better. So I do like that as well. I need to pee 1 second. I'm gonna pee a lot today. I'm gonna tell you that. It is the peas, the peels. And basically what happened is I added some flavoring things, not this one because I hate this one, I need to throw it away. But basically that um to my water. And when I do add some sugar to my water, I drink this entire thing in like 15 minutes. So a full liter in 15 minutes, and then I just pee every 20 minutes. Thank you for the hydration. I appreciate it. But yeah, nonetheless, that's the type of tools that we currently have at our disposals. Um, and again, if I was just comparing tools as an environment to work in, um, Figma is the most familiar to me because it makes sense. Like that's where I lived for the past almost 10 years. Paper is trying to emulate what Figma is. If I go back there and you look at that, sorry, like the interface is really much the same. This one didn't go through. God damn it. Sorry. That's the reason. That's crazy. Yeah. A lot of them are supposed to be triggered by messages, but they don't. So it happens. It happens. Anyways, so you can see the difference in between like Figma and Paper in terms of like their UI is very much the same. You have the layer list, the inspector, the same color for the background, the same color for the content, and so on. So that's very, very similar. If we go into Pencil, it's basically the same thing. It's a bit darker, but it's overall the the same content. You have your layer list on the left. You have what do you mean? What do you mean I need to do that? That makes no sense. It's telling me that I have to reinstall or activate, which has never been the case. Do I have something here? I don't. Crazy. Um, yeah, no, it can't. God damn it. If I can't use that, it's gonna be bad. I can't really show you what it is. So, Pencil was supposed to be good, and now apparently I can't really connect anything. Um, but that is something that I've done already. And it is supposed to be connected, but apparently I need to do that. But that doesn't work. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. But the interface is basically the same thing. So you have like a very familiar environment, and that is what matters. The rest doesn't really matters. Everyone is doing the exact same thing, and their usability, as I was saying, is that Figma is a bit better because I'm used to it. The other tools are duplicating Figma because they are familiar for designers and they want people to join in. But overall, the output is kind of the same. But yeah, I don't know what time it is for you, but have a good rest of your day or your morning or your night. I don't know. Take care of yourself. If you are like Australia based, then it's late, yes. Yeah, so you are New Zealand, Australia. I see. Or the other side was California very, very early. But yeah, take care of yourself. Thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. And we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. But yeah, so that's the overall like behavior right now. I'm usually just checking things when I need defined values and basically static outputs. So for example, when I was working on the sticky note version of the note-taking text-based thing, I had an ID, but then it doesn't really work, and I feel like in dark mode it looks like shit. Currently it does. So figuring out exactly what needs to happen is yeah, it's interesting. It makes sense. This one will probably come at some point, but it needs a lot of work. Specifically, it needs work when it comes to the simplification of that. Currently, it's using a dual gradient, and it could use a very simple, not single, but like basically single radial gradient or angular gradient instead. Like we can do something like this and say that this is white. I'm gonna make that really bad. So you can do something like this, for example, and have your overall alignment for the edges be in the corner if that thing can just behave like it's supposed to. That's an option to get your transitions and or your highlight in one go. And because this is something that's going to be in the background and not necessarily being visible, it will behave very much similarly. It's just like it's a simpler version. Having stacked gradient when it comes to code is going to be a bit of an issue. So that's something. And then we have these edge particle. These ones are basically the same thing. So if I just take that on top and put it there, because we want to have something that is like on the edges, our goal for this is going to be just having basically this. We just want a radial gradient that's going to be kind of sharp, but not too sharp. Something like this is going to be at 0%, and then this is going to be something like that. So that you will be able to see it from the edge, but not much more. Like you have the highlight, bottom, and so on. And then for placement, just make it a bit less, a bit lower. And now you have the bottom and the side, but not the top. So that's the type of thing that you can add right here to get this to be a bit simpler than what it currently is. So I need to work on that to make sure that we have the cards for the Tamagotchi style skull that I want to have in band. I don't know when that will pop in though, because that's taking a lot more time than expected. But It's gonna be there at some point, one day, maybe. Something, probably. Feels, welcome on in, welcome back. Good morning. How are you? How's the day going? Are you still working night? Or did you change? I think I asked that last time, and I forgot. My bad. My bad. That's my bad. This is broken. This is so broken. So I need to change that. And yeah, good. Damn. I mean, yeah, night, uh, night work, night work. Really? Please share links so that we can trash the design, but then talk about it. You know? What's the app doing? Oh, oh, that is not gonna work. Um, at least you have a dot app. Um, mm. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm laughing for the quantum proof end-to-end encryption. I'm like, well, yeah, but really, um, yeah, you may do so. Yes, yes. 100%. This was the first thing I saw, and I'm sad that I saw this first, or that I saw this. That's it. I'm sad that I saw this. Yes. I think you could get something out of uh the concept of the Joker. This is not the best because I don't really like um these icons on their own, but the Joker hack alone is something that already is a bit of a not so simple to create and have when it comes to the rendering. Um, so I get it. It's annoying. And then you are doing chats, so you have um, basically these chat bubbles as options, and you went with something similar to this, basically with the Joker hat on top because it's like a face and so on. Eh, I don't know. It seems similar to uh, locally AI, if you know that, which is a way for you to have like your AI chats within your platforms. But yeah, yeah, that's good. Is it something like is this something like uh, on-device AI chat? Is that the point, or something like T3 chat mix with an on-device stuff? Dang. Oh, I see. I didn't read shit. That's probably the reason. Uh, so it's a Slack alternative slash Discord alternative. Um, what's the goal? What's the What's the target? Is the target like mostly gamers that needs to have like voice chats and so on, or is it more just chatting with your friends as in text messages? Yeah. I was expecting that for no reason. No reason whatsoever. Um, it's pretty fast. I see that someone's typing. Someone should have been Stoney's typing, but yeah, you can call. You have the the green lock. That's wild though. Sorry, that's. I mean, that should change. Mm-hmm. That's why I'm here. That is why I'm here. We review stuff, and when we review, things are breaking, which is great. Um, okay, so I'm gonna say that now because it's gonna make sense. I'm getting old, maybe, or I see things that um maybe it's just my knowledge of other things. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. This is too small, and that's what she said. Yes. I usually, if you've been here before and you've been here for review, the latest things for me have been, well, it would be better if it was at 125% instead of the regular, like 100%. So 125 as a default is a bit of a better thing so that people can understand and see stuff. The very much reason why I said things are too small is these buttons are very tiny, even now that I'm zoomed in. So it's a bit of a weird thing. Um, I'm gonna send that. um, yeah. Large font in compact mode is not necessarily good. Oh my god, I need a. Sorry, I need to not do that. Oh, I see so much issues. Good thing I'm currently building a UI kit because, goddamn, why does it not have the same space on the top and bottom in the right side? Goddamn. It's good when it's off, but ah, ah, why? What do you mean you don't have light mode? Uh, just one key. Notifications not necessary. And your account is very simple. So far, so good. System be working. You can unsend. You can add reactions. Interesting behavior. I would change that, but I get it. I think I know why that happens. I think this is just the space there. But yeah. Um, Also, yes, Tony, you said you think I can switch when I uh, switch things, but no. If I refresh, it kind of works. But the initial one was kind of broken. I don't know. There is nothing that would be specific to show you, tell you anything. Um, I see a lot of issues to the regular stuff that is basically ensuring that you have a correct and consistent, coherent spacing around everything. That's the only simple issue and fix that I can see all around. Um, but other than that, uh, it seems to be working pretty good based on the fact that the friend addition has been working, the settings has been working, the content is working, messages are sent. Uh, like all of that is pretty good. But yeah, um, it did not get an update from my reaction until I refreshed the page. Maybe this is something that was uh, because of where I am. Let me see if I give you a reaction right away. Do you get the notification slash update right away, or do I need to refresh the page? Like, do you have it? And if you don't, let me refresh the page so that I can see. Um, if I refresh now, maybe you're getting it. Nonetheless, what I'm seeing is behavior-wise, you are pretty good. I feel like there is spacing issues and color issues in some stuff. So, you did react to my image, and if I refresh, I will have the reaction. I see. I see. So yeah, spacing is kind of weird. The fact that your avatar is following through the middle of the text block is kind of weird. I mean, we kind of used to have them at the tops, and now it's throwing me off. The other thing that is kind of weird to me, that's me as a designer, is this. The the loading is good. It keeps that kind of bluish, purple-ish, indigo-ish color when there is the loading state, and then it loads this, which is a red-based black. We talked about that before. I know. We talked about that for VidMount because you had a red-based black on a blue-based app first. Anyways, so this is a red-based system, and you would be better if it was like not, if it was a bit of a bluish red. That would make more sense for the consistency because this is very much different. Other than that, that's pretty good. The markups is an okay thing, but it's also like a lot more complex to figure out. So I kind of get it. You do have a bit of a system issue with the fact that right now, just because I typed on thing, the bottom section didn't expand to match the content until I started to manually type. So that's and then that's such a wild thing, but I get it. All the things all at once, forever. It does. It does. This works. This works. So that's the thing. The the space in between the messages from people is a bit of a too close. I feel like we would benefit from having a lot more space. You can kind of see that on Discord. I'm gonna use Discord as a reference. That because the profile picture is at the top of the zone, then on the next one you have a lot more space in between the two. Like you have that much space in between the two, which is roughly 16. Yeah. So you have 16 points in between the two, whereas on your end, I feel like you are probably at something along the line of 0, which is probably 4 point based on the top padding that you have and the bottom padding that you have here as well. So you probably have like 8 in visual alignments. But that's like not much to change. Things are behaving pretty good. Not gonna lie. The other thing that will be instantly better is changing this to have the divider that is underneath to match the divider that is here. So basically just saying that that top section, if that's an option, if it's not, like, yeah, that's that top section right here, if you make it, what's your padding inline? I can't do that. That's the one. Yeah, well, I bet. If I do, yeah, kinda, not really. 1.25 might be a bit better for the alignments, but also this is absolutely wrong based on the fact that I'm using margin instead of anything else. But if you have these two match, basically, you get something that is a bit better. And then your header should take like a lot more space as well. That's the idea. So you basically, again, you want to have your content to behave and to look like it's uniform and coherent all throughout. The demo app from Define that just popped in today, is probably something that is interesting for you on this one, because it's very similar in terms of what it is. This is supposed to be an email client, and this is a demo prototype, so it doesn't really give us a ton of stuff, but you have like tabs. They basically have duplicated Arc as a navigation system, and the design is very much the same thing. And you have like different chats, different things. You can, I forgot where it is. You have like an agent AI stuff on the side so that you can chat with what happened within that email course of things. It's a very interesting concept, I think, for as a follow-up, was a reference for you to just follow through. It might be interesting, but you can see how things are the same height, as in this header is aligned with this header space. This thing matches with the same width, even though it doesn't look like it. You have a bit of margin padding on the front of the sub-level folders, which you don't care because you don't have folders. But all of that has like consistency and is coherent. There is also the fact that this one is bottom aligned with the bottom of this section. So everything looks coherent, and that's the thing that I would go for as much as possible, because you do have direct message, and the name of the person that you're currently chatting with, which are aligned together. Same thing. This one, if it was smaller, or like you can mix match, yes, mix and match both of them and say that is getting a bit smaller and this is getting a bit bigger so that they match. That's an option. Or you can just make sure that they don't have a divider so that it doesn't look like they should be related. So, it could work. When you look at the Discord environment, they are as well not aligned. In the divider that is right here and the next divider, that they don't work together, but they are way too, like, way closer, and therefore it works a bit better. Um, I don't think we can fake it, but that looks better to me to get the alignment. You call it, I mean, you don't have the edge, but yeah. It's a small detail. It's a small detail, you know. The usual thing. Making sure that things work. But yeah, no, overall, same thing at the bottom. Obviously, like that plus button for creating a server is supposed to be aligned with this section. Um, I currently, but also for a long time, the design trends is to round everything. I don't know if you use TikTok, but TikTok has been pretty square, like rounded corner with not too much rounded corner. And since the last update, everything is fully rounded. Apple design system was pretty much not rounded, and now on iOS 26, it's everything is fully rounded. So the design realm is moving finally to something that is fully rounded, big ass buttons that uh, are fully rounded as well, as you saw a second ago, right here. Like these buttons fully rounded, these buttons fully rounded as well. Like all of that are things that make sense because of the new trending things. Uh, and that the fact that everything is very much round. Obviously, you have cards and other things that don't or can't get like a fully rounded treatment, but most of the stuff is going to go forward with a very much rounded environment. So that's something that I could potentially say, like maybe round stuff up, make things a tad bigger. Uh, and then, yeah, it depends on the. Goddamn, that's crazy. I received a message and then that disconnected me. Goddamn. What did you send me, Stony? You just replied to the message and that kicked me out. Good job. But if you look for like inspirations or other things, there are a ton of stuff. I mean, the Kyoto research is very interesting for me and techie, obviously. But when you look at all of these things that are like current trend, current design overall, uh, fully rounded, I could just scroll through and click on a random one, like this one, for example, and things are mostly fully rounded, like as rounded as they could be. Same thing there, and it's just a matter of time for when things are gonna happen. Like the Matter UI Expressive is fully rendered as well. Um, so again, not necessarily something that you need to implement, but you might want in order to stay relevant. The thing that I see and I recognize as a designer as well is that the fully roundedness of elements implies and forces you to make things a bit bigger when you want to be coherent and consistent. So if I create a tag, for example, let's create a tag text button thing, right? And this is at 16, and I want to make this thing pretty much aligned with what you currently have. So you may have something uh, like that. Let's do this for the sake of right now getting this working, right? That's your tag as a very much square version. If you want, you can round the corners a bit, but you would probably go somewhere around here or yeah, probably 4. As soon as you go with fully rounded elements, right there, it seems and it feels kind of cramped and too tight all around the tag itself. So you end up doing, well, I need more space, probably go something around 10, and then I need more space as well, top and bottom to, get the system working. So my fully rounded element is going to be like this. And probably for the sake of what we currently have, I need to have something like a 5.6 because that font is bad. But overall, it makes this thing 27 when the others are 24. So it makes things a bit bigger, it takes a bit more space, but it is more visually pleasing than a very sharp one, depending on the theme and your taste and so on. But that's same thing. That's something to keep in mind when you're building your design, because most of the feedback that it will give you is that you need more space to be taken. It needs like breathing room and a lot more stuff around, and making things fully rounded kind of helps in transitioning toward that. Like all of these designs here are the iOS 18 version of the design. When you look at them now from the iOS 26, everything is a teeny tiny bit bigger. There is a bit more space. There is a bit more corner round this corner radius all around. So that's I mean, that's the thing to just follow through and remember. Doesn't mean that you have to, um, but it's useful. Yeah, no, maybe, I don't know. Depends on you. It depends on you. Like this is too tight for me. Talked about it before. But yeah, no, the system seems to be working. That's the important part, right? Um, things are working, things behave. I don't know what you're using in terms of uh, back end and stuff, but that's a fail. That's a fail. I mean, for an app like this, I don't know. I was thinking about Convex as a backend because of how good it is for live stuff and how easy it is to implement and play with for chat messages and so on. Um, but yeah, you said something, but nothing went through. That's an empty message, unless there is something in it. And now it's not in it. Um, but yeah, do you have like very specific thing that you want me to take a look at, other than the obvious things that are here? Um, Goddamn, that's an image. That's bad. I think I know why, but that's bad because the image within uh, the chat is bigger than the extended version. Like I'm zooming out. I'm not zooming in. So mm-mm, that's useless. Uh, I don't know what you can. So, Jolka? That's probably a thing in. No, a specific word for you as a Netherland and so on. Yeah, but it's the name. I feel like oh, I kind of like that. I kind of like that. God damn it! Every time. That could switch. It's the fucking O that pisses me off for what I have in my head right now. Um, Basically, what I see is the fact that nothing is working when I click outside. What the fuck is this? Why is the selection here? That is crazy. All right. Basically, what I'm seeing here is the fact that the J is a single bar right here, right there, right there, and then here you have your regular, I would say 45 roughly, that are like there
I
and
feels
there.
just gifted 10 subs.
Damn it, thanks a lot for the sub, I appreciate it. And then here you basically have the same thing a second time, with the exception that this one is like curved. So you basically, as a construct situation, the only one that is banned, which currently, I mean, there is no more emotes on the screen, so you can see stuff now. But the only one that changes is the fucking O. That's the only one that just stand out. The others, not really. But you have that curve here, and you would have that curve here as well in order to, like match them and play with things. So that's an interesting concept. I like that font for many reasons. Specifically right now, these fonts are matching. I feel like they bring a lot more character than regular sans serif fonts, but nonetheless, it's like kind of doesn't really matter. Um, but if I do that,
I feels just resubscribed for 21 months. Partying face.
appreciate the sub. Thanks a lot. 21 is a long time. 21 is a long time. But that's a lol KK. I think that's fun. Um, I wish we could just do that, but that's not the case. Like it's not as simple as it needs to be. to do exactly what I'm trying to do, but this is wrong. What I just did is wrong. Why do we have one emote for Chang? Sorry, I just... What the fuck is that? What? What is this? What is this? Oh my god. That's really bad. I shouldn't use that instead. I should do that. Probably. If I do... yeah. Maybe. Sorry. Wrong one. Wrong one.
Stony_Eagle just gifted 10 subs.
Why? Why are we on the highest hype train, bitch? Hype train we've ever seen. What the fuck is happening today? Thanks a lot for the sub story. I appreciate it. What's today's the day? So, something like this is interesting to me, and something like this as an option, or as a thing, just gonna say that as a thing, is a very interesting concept. I'm gonna just say concept for the sake of keeping it here. The L is a pretty bitch. Is a pretty bitch, yes. The L is interesting when it comes to its placement. Obviously, my alignment is absolutely not an option because of how these things are going to behave. But that's a neat transition. Also, again, this is based on that font specifically that I'm currently using. That is not necessarily the font that you want to have, obviously. But that's kind of that's the first thing I saw when I looked at the letters and what you had there. That's not gonna work. You need a bit of space. So if you do this, you don't see the L. Good to know. And you do need the double in order to make things make sense. So eh. There's something about it that is interesting, but that's it. It's just interesting, and that's never a good option. It's yeah. A mascot for the hype emote. I guess the raptor is the only one that is the mascot, I guess. I still like this though. I like this a lot. I like the KR flip with that kind of discontinued KR because they basically have the same letter starting point. So that's a very interesting thing. It breaks your brain, which is good, but it's not like like that creates some sort of an interesting shape. Yeah, it does. Um, it looks like a two legs or a leg. Yes, it's pretty interesting. I like that concept. Nonetheless, you have a Joker hat as a concept. Um, if I put like the arm in the center of the R and RK transition, it's gonna be a gym logo, which is not really good. Not the not necessarily having it within, but congrats on the hype train. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. What did we get? Nothing. That's a nice one. It is a nice one. But going back to this, um, getting it as a reference for what could be. So we see basically this one is a bit of a better rendering that we have. Um, that is something that is interesting as well. And so if we go back here, maybe that section could be one of the fins, flaps thing of the hat as an inner element, or maybe if you want the these, that could be something that is like hidden within here. So I'm gonna do that really badly, but you could have something like this that just says, God damn, that's too big. It just says, that. Holy shit. Sorry, the alignment was really bad. Like that reused the bell thing as a concept within the O. That's a thing if you wanted to follow through. And then the other thing that I had in mind is if we do this, can we follow through the bottom of the J with a similar curve? Magnets? Welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the first chat and congrats on the sub. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? You've been subbed before your first message. That's crazy. I appreciate you chatting. Like basically reusing the system is potentially an option. Again, not saying that this is the best idea ever, but it might create something that matches this curve here, so you have like a rotating element. But this is like a procédé that is very French. That is a very French thing. Ah, I like that font. That's my bias, because of the medieval theme of the Joker in on its own. That could be a very interesting one. As a font, I'm gonna keep that here. I don't think this is a good idea. Just letting you know. Um, I feel like if we go into something a bit more regular, let's go through fonts. Give me some presentation. I should do that. Additional things. What is it supposed to be? Like, what's the background for this app? Why do you want this to be recognized at or as? Like, I don't know if you know Guild. Guild? Yes. The replacement for Discord as well, which is called Guild, which is yellow. They have a very shield-like, badge-like logo so that it's recognizable. For you specifically, what's the thing that you want to have? Interesting. That is recognized by the people. Huh. I'm obviously gonna say it because my brain said it. The first thing that came into my head was the Balatro game that I haven't played, but I know that pixelated logo thing that they have used because, uh, I mean, that's their stuff, but also it is linked to the Joker, so. Also, you're missing one letter. That's so bad. I like that. I like the J. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's crazy that last stream on Wednesday we had 0 bug. And then today we had 2 in the first 2 hours. Just okay, so encryption and privacy. They are kind of similar in terms of what they are presented are as. You will end up with something that might be probably condensed when I'm thinking about the font itself because of the penetration and encryption and so on. So that's like a bit more tight around the edges. So that's an option. You don't want a loose font for many reasons. And you're probably gonna better match with something that is a bit more straight and luxurious, like this wouldn't work, for example. This is too cartoony. The first one is good. I mean, obviously, I'm extremely biased on the first one, but yeah. Interesting. All really bad, but interesting nonetheless. Sorry, that's not an option for you. Let's go faster on this one. This is interesting. I'm mostly looking at the full caps because I feel like this is going to make more sense. But sometimes you have things in the lowercase r that is really interesting. So that's wild. Also, I should have put them on top of each other instead of side by side, but I'm gonna do that right now for no reason whatsoever. Just oh, don't tell me you went back to this. Holy shit. There and then continue. You know, like that pixel surveillance thing. There is a bit of a Tolkien thing with the LKR for me. The very strong geometric are interesting. These ones are fun, but that's like, they're just fun. And that's it. That geometric was good. I mean, if you want to go bamboo, we can go bamboo, but no. Font is always the most complex thing to figure out to match like the vibe of the platform and the goals and so on. But Enter is an option, as always. It works. It's simple. I like that a lot. I have been very much into these lately. Don't worry about it. It's just a me thing. I don't know. There is I feel like it's the J, L, and K R together that sounds Scandinavian to me. As it's probably Yolka. In the J for its reading, so this wouldn't work. But that Scandinavian here is a very great addition for some Gothic letters. So this one is really, really neat. There might be some need for a better tail, and so that's why these ones kind of match better for me. I like that as well. I like that as well. But yeah, that Yol is there was one I passed right there. Mm. Meh. No, that is too. Ah, yeah. Am I into pixelated fonts lately? Maybe. Do you are you supposed to have the dot in the O as well? Like something um but I mean in the writing system is it supposed to be one of these accented O's? Because if that's not the case, then that doesn't really make a lot of sense to add. Also, the thing that I'm doing right now is very much a bad idea. Um, you've seen one pass by with the dot within the O. There. Yeah. Uh, we can keep that on the side. Yeah. I mean, again, right now I'm looking at fonts not for um using the font, but potentially to get some inspiration in the shapes of the letters that will work together. Obviously, all of the fonts themselves are built in order to very much match each of the other letters, but sometimes you can take like some inspiration for, God damn it, for the shape of the J that is here, for example, and add it to this one because it makes more sense. Maybe the K that is here makes absolutely no sense, but this one works. And therefore you want to mix and match, but you want to keep that one because it's a similar vibe and so on. So that's just testing, not doing that. Um, and finding something. But again, there is something very Tolkien like in that word. There is like this elven kind of thing in the background in how I can picture it in my head. And then again, because of the Scandinavian pronunciation, there are stuff that I don't know. That's great. That's pretty good. I like that. Perfect. No change. No change. Huh? Oh, nah. That's a carved things. That's the one, yeah. Same here. The Rubik have been updated so much lately that is really impressive how many variation they have created, and really impressed. But yeah, the diamond shape was not a bad idea. The diamond shape could be a shield. These J's are really good. So for snow font, yeah, the snow fight font. And I have too many fonts. That is the truth. No questions there. Yeah, these J's are really capital J are really interesting. I like how simple they are overall. A snow font like this. Um, I, I, I beg to differ. I beg to differ. The only reason why I will beg to differ on font is when you have them installed, it makes your computer load them on start, and everything is slow. So if you know the size of a font, it's pretty light as a file size. And in one of my old computer, this is like 2011, 2013, I had 6.8 gigs of fonts. That's a lot of fonts. And they were all installed. And I can tell you, loading time was not friendly. Yeah, a bit more than that. But yeah, roughly. This is interesting. Again, going back to the inspiration thing, because that's always the case. The reason why I had so much is because the internet is free. But also, it's really useful for me to, or it was really useful for me to have access to so many variations and experiment and see, like, okay, so this font is a bit better for that use case, and so on. So that's basically why now I can go through things so much faster. Weird. In terms of font and finding the one that matches a bit more, because Cody's out. Cody's been out. So yeah. There was some porn in the fonts. In the font files that I got. Yes. I was not aware. I know it sounds fake what I'm about to say. But I was not planning on getting porn, and it was not listed as part of the zip file. And the only reason why I discovered I had it was because Google Photo indexed the entire thing and said, oh, there are images here. Let me put them into the photo folders. And I had 3 hentais scans for no reason. Like I wasn't expecting them, but they were there. And yeah, they were welcome though. Pretty good writing and system. So we like it. Whoa. I like that. I like that a lot. This is an interesting slab thing, and we can play with some elements Can you tell me, by the way, what the words mean? Like, is there a meaning behind the Yolker as is it just simply Joker as a different zone? Um, it means my app. Isn't that interesting? And brush. I think we are reaching the Japanese fonts, which sometimes have interesting things in them. Yeah, that's also a very interesting thing. Yeah, maybe. Let me keep this one. This one is giving me something interesting. I'm gonna explain that in a second, but yeah, this one is interesting. All right, so it doesn't mean anything. Is it close to a word that already exists? Like, is it a combination of word, or is it just that, like, you thought, yeah, that match, which is fine, by the way. I'm not looking for like a real explanation of something. I'm just like, well, maybe there is a bit of that O is weird. You just made it up. Cool. Good. I mean, that's good. That's good. All right, cool. So, let me explain this one because this is an interesting thing. The thing that I saw was the L and the K basically have that kind of dynamic right here, where you have that kind of shape, which means that if you wanted to do something kind of more interesting, potentially, you could create something like this that encapsulate the R and the J. If you have your O and your L that are a bit more closer together, this is a potential shape that can go with it. So that's pretty interesting. When it comes to this one, on the did I keep this one? I don't think I did. Yeah, I didn't keep it. It doesn't really matter. On another one, I saw that the space that was created within the K and the R was creating a one, like the shape of a one, as in number one. That was interesting for as a concept, but not necessarily as good. And then, as mentioned, the L is going to be the center point in the rotation for potential rotation. So if you get something like this instead, with, sorry, something like this instead, it matched better. It's more symmetrical, and therefore you have a better balance on that word compared to if you have all caps. So that's also one of the things that I was looking for when I was scraping through all of the fonts to make sure that we have something that can create that balance. The issue that you have is that you have the L and K that are roughly in the center that creates a bit of a peak, and then you have the J that is bringing you down. So if you want symmetry within your logo, you kind of need to go with a capped version. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of weird. And then these ones are wild. That's just... That's interesting. But if we get rid of that, we just keep this. Interesting, why not? Why not? I... The L looks like a 1 to me. So that's also one of the things. Like, maybe not. Okay, so this one is Elvin's for sure. It's a lot more rounded than expected, and it's not bad. Like this is fine. I do like the KR on here, and then the O in uncaps. It's pretty nice, and if you just use the J, you kind of create that shape, which means that you now have a Cybertruck, but it's like that's the mount in the center. So playing with that means that you have the ability to create stuff with this as a mark, and probably some of the thing that will happen with my brain is this. It does. It doesn't mean shit, and that doesn't necessarily work with what you wanted to have, but getting that duplicate is not necessarily a bad idea. This is such a common shape, but with that, God damn it. It's just a guy doing that. It's also this. Like very much the same right there. So that didn't work, but yeah. God damn it, that's fat. That fat. Yeah. Interesting how my brain is making connections. I kind of see that with the hat. Now that I'm looking at it a bit better. If you do that, it's kind of the same thing, but yeah. There's something interesting with the fact that the K top section is right there, so they're potentially potentially here. That's a bit more complex to do. What? Bitch. Oh my god. Sorry, Figma is pissing me off. No, not like that. But you get your K and your R at the same time. Um, my bad, my bad. Um, Flip it horizontally. Which one did you want me to flip horizontally? Like I have right now. That was flipping it vertically. Yes. I know, if you are flipping it on the horizontal axis, it's vertical. If you're flipping it on the vertical axis, it's horizontal. It, I don't make the rules. I do, but I don't. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's okay. Ooh. Mm, I don't know. Um, you can't really have this if I vertically split it and potentially just remove these. What? Sorry. Wrong key. These needs to be flat, but that's fine. Mm, mm, nah. Something about the roundness. Yeah, it is a trident. The fact that I rounded these makes less sense, so I'm more inclined of bringing something like this potentially to, you know, it is. It was. Potentially create that third hat situation, but it's a bit of a nail. The thing that is good about this is that it takes the J kinda. So I could reuse that right here, right? That's kind of the shape I went for. It's too thin. But that's give you your K alignment, so that's interesting. And if we go back to where we were with that, that's interesting. That is interesting. I don't know if this one could then be placed there. Maybe. Oh yeah, I wanted to do that, but I can't do that like so. Bitch, get out. Sorry, that. It's just Figma behaving not like it's supposed to. I feel like these two as a position are pretty good. That they are further out than the other two. So it's interesting. Not good, but interesting. Something about the alignments here that maybe if I bring back this, that's bad. But it has a more hat thing than we had before. So that's interesting nonetheless. But yeah, if I move that up, it does. How many fucking escape key do you need to have here? Why can't I fucking delete this thing? Oh my god. Interesting. Still not great, but interesting. If we use the R instead of the K on the other side, so that you end up with a very symmetrical placement. I feel like that could. The issue that I see here is that this is now An onion. Uh, that's an onion. I mean, there is no question. This is an onion or a grenade. But yeah, a grenade is a very French word, so uh, not a grenade. But it does. It does. There are things that could happen specifically at the on the cut that could make it more interesting. I'm quickly looking if another font could create something similar. I don't think so. I think this one was the best for this attempt. I feel like if we add bells at the points, you end up with something that is going to be too complex. Like, again, right now I'm working at a very, very small scale. Very small. So that when I'm pixelating it doesn't really render properly. Like I'm just making sure that the thing is going to be good, rendered pixelated. So if I add stuff like bells here, for example, it brings, or at least from my point of view, it brings a bit too much noise to these shapes. Specifically because they would need some details like the slits and so on. But what I was about to say earlier was maybe I can do something like this. That's interesting. But you're missing something with it. It's really interesting how it changes the vibe of this thing. You get the K for sure. You really understand the R as well. Like it's not like that R is really cool. You know? Um uh, I can't unsee. Yeah, well, shit, I can't do that. I can't unsee this. The E that is right there. That's not gonna work. I should just keep this one here because this one is pretty okay. Okay, so that's pretty much aligned in the center. In order to get my shape, I feel like this is pretty good. So that together, that subtracted. Ah, fuck it. Nah. It adds something. It brings something in. Shit. I can't zoom in more. I'm too close. Why are you not matching here? Okay, cool. Yeah, please do. You can go pee. Yeah, I mean, there's no issues there. It's interesting, but it's not exactly what we want to have here. Also, going back to what you said, Stony, earlier, of me being fast on this, as I always say, it's just knowing the right keys. There is basically virtually nothing else. It's just like these keys, I know exactly where and what they are and which one I need to use to make sure that the thing is working as I intended it to work. But that's it. Not much more than that. You know. Oh. Oh. Where? There? Yes. Damn, it is hidden. I appreciate it. I mean, eh. It's a marketing issue, as always. It will always be a marketing issue. But I appreciate it. I'm bringing back the diamond in the center, which we talked about for the J, to see if something can happen. We are really close to Svastika, which is why I'm not really happy with this one. But yeah, uh, you should, you should. Do you want to though? That's the question. I mean, I don't know.
Bad, AOA, bad.
Yeah. I mean, this is interesting. It's not great, but it's interesting, and I like the teeth. I like the idea of the teeth right there to be a bit more rounded so that it matches a bit more this for the angle. It's not the same angle, but it's a bit similar. Um, and I can't shake the onion out of this. Even with the bottom half cut, I can't shake the onion. Let me click on that. Let me click on that. Sorry, let me refresh the page and click on that. God damn. Yeah. Well, the type of shit I need to do as well. For the Mommy kit, that's for sure. But it's just like not an option. Not an option. Why? Well, I just mean that it doesn't have substance. There's nothing in there that I can't do somewhere else. That's the thing. That's the thing. That's something that needs to happen as well. Every component, everything that you're building needs to have somehow the version of, just to get it to, you know. You know what? That's not a bad idea. Just to get it to represent as a, yeah, this is exactly what we need. So what's the shape of that? 1.8. Good job. It adds something. It does add something, but that's gonna be, it's gonna be hard. What the? Sorry, we are such yeah. No. Wrong key. Wrong key. Oh, I could do that, maybe. I forgot. I forgot that this was a thing in the new version of Figma. That's interesting. I kind of like the concept. I feel like it brings more the thing together, but it's also basically rebalancing the center of mass. So instead of having, reframe that, instead of having the center of mass being right here, where it used to be, like, basically it was right here, now it's roughly here. So that's interesting. It's still very much centered, but feel like that's an interesting idea. It could work the other way around as well. So I Chris, come on in. How's your day going? It's pretty fine. Which, thank you, by the way. I forgot. Like, not every day, but like almost every day. God damn it. Appreciate the reminder that I do still have a heart condition. However, the scan for the brain yesterday was good, as expected. She told me the exact same thing as last time. Of nothing changed. Everything is fine. Like we see the exact same lesions. And that's it. Nothing has changed. So we good. I'm gonna survive longer for some reason. I was right. Really? I feel like this is interesting, but it is more for a nail in the center compared to the J, which might not be as visible. Fuck off. It's not supposed to happen. Not like that. That brings too much. I would say that's the thing. It does. It does look Arabic, and it the teeth brings too much complexity to something that is not supposed to be that complex. This is pretty nice. I think especially here, it kind of matches, but it's a bit too Firefly-y, and then that's okay. It does have that Joker hat situation based on the three prongs that are coming in, so that's pretty good. I like the star underneath. I feel like this is gonna add something interesting in the whole ID right here. So I would I'm kind of debating in between these two right now. That's interesting. I still like this one a lot, though. That's not good. And this one is pretty cute. There are some stuff that could happen specifically here with some split. But yeah. Also, sorry, I said that in my brain. Chris, I hope you can recover as soon as possible, as always, but take your time. Take some rest. Sometimes the rest is necessary, and sometimes you need to take the rest, you know. That's the thing. That though, we didn't try. It's a different type of K, and it does bring in a lot pitch. It doesn't bring in a lot more curve to what we have, but I feel like if we, I mean, because we used the R as a base here, end up with something a little bit better.
A person without status. Rejected member of society.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of used the base K as well. I mean, it's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same hoop that we have right there. It's just a bit more elongated, a bit thicker. So, it's interesting. There's something about it. There's something about it that is pretty good. I think this is okay. Okay. And that tail could come up. Right there. And then potentially do that. Fuck. I think I need to remove these points in order to get my transition clean. And then I can just move that up. Not too much. To get my transition right. That's basically not recreating, but like basically recreating the curve that we have on the edge based on our subtraction layer right there. So I'm making sure that it's like almost matching, not exactly matching, but like aligned with it. Because these are the points that we want to have, basically. I feel like something happened when it comes to the alignment. Yeah, it did. Again, details. We're going to zoom in at some point, but for now, that's the thing. Gas Face, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? How's the exploration of variables and tokens? Have you practiced? Have you done stuff? I'm almost tempted to do that. Bringing it in a tad. Good. Happy to hear. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, bringing it in is a pretty good option. It bump the sides. I am designing, yeah. So Phil's that is in chat, not really, but kinda. Had to step away for a second. Is building a new app or has built an app, and the current state of the logo is this. That's the current state. So, you know. Trying to get into something that is a bit more interesting. The name is Jokler or Jolka. Jolka. Scandinavian pronunciation. Yep. And it's interesting. First idea was to combine the K and the R with that font, and then potentially you get like the bell from Joker Hat as a shape within the O, but that didn't really work as intended. And then yeah, it's crazy how Tolkien is the feeling with that word. I guess the font helps for sure, but yeah. So we looked at fonts earlier, and then we found this with the dot inside, and then we said maybe that can remind us of the bell. And then I used this one, which is pretty good. It has a lot of really interesting shapes here and there, and so since then I've been playing with the K and R together to create something, which is a very common pattern when it comes to building stuff, duplication and so on. But then it turned into the Joker hat, and now I'm trying to add some teeny tiny details at the lowest of resolutions to see if that works. I like the one on the center bottom. If you give it a Joker hat, it would be funny. Say that again. Which one is the center bottom? There? No, I don't think you can uh, create a Joker hat lettering thing on this one. Um, Sports betting vibes, that's crazy. Uh, uh, like you do a heart on the eye. What? There's an eye? Welcome back. I went in a bit of a tangent with adding a bit of a dot on the J, and then I tried the basic duplication. So basically, it's exact mirror of both sides, which is interesting. It's not necessarily good, but it's interesting. And then lastly, I basically added a bit of a curve as well to the center J to see if that could help us in a way, which seems to be pretty okay. But it's not, it's such a small detail, but it basically it matches the curve of the crop right there. So that's an interesting thing. Um, that crop as well can be like placed in a different spot if necessary. So that's interesting nonetheless. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know yet. I'm confused. Uh, Two lines on the O that represent the Joker. Right. I don't see it. I don't see it. That's interesting. Yeah, I see that. I see that. Basically, you want. Do I have atomic? No. Um, that is not where I was supposed to type. Oh my god. Basically, you want that, right? That's your ID. You want the additional things, um, the crown on top of the O, right?
I'll show them. Lintik kayo.
Eh. Good job. It's a Discord alternative with better encryption officially. That's the plan. Uh, yeah, no, I don't know. I don't see that. Uh, yeah, no, I don't see that. I don't see it. Phew. Yeah, I think having the three tails at the top and one of them being longer. Yeah, So that's the thing that I was thinking about earlier with the encryption side. Um, but it doesn't necessarily work for what I want to do here. I mean, we could do a reversed a reversed of that. Let me just do this and can that yeah, that's the thing. That's the other options that I have for duplicates. Yeah, the diamond shape. I mean, the diamond shape is basically the shield for the encryption. Um, and I was looking for potentially getting something that looks a bit more shield-y in that overlap of the R and OK, but it's not really a thing. It's not gonna do anything on here. But yeah, have a good scrub time. Um, I see. I'm gonna bully your camera quality. What the fuck is that? That's crazy. Uh, you bought a fat ass new phone last year, and now you give me this? What the fuck? Um, I guess if I use this, and that might be the best option. Maybe. Maybe. Sorry. Also, TD, hi, welcome on in. I saw you fly in from the side. I don't know. What do you mean fast? It wasn't that fast. Yeah, I think if there was really like a curve in the middle, like these 2 points be like here, that would make a lot more sense. but that's obviously not going to be an option here. But eh. Yeah. I mean, that's why I kept the ink at the end. I could use the L. I could use the L for the thing. So look at it. Right? Right? Look at it. I'm pressing enter so that I'm getting all the points highlighted or available. I'm then selecting all the points that I don't need, which are basically all of them until this angle. I delete that, and then because this point is currently selected, I press P to go into the pen tool, and then from there, I just gonna create a weird shape like that, and I'm just adding a fill so that it's white and the right color and shit, and that's it. And now we need this thing to be basically like that to replace this one. That's basically the ID. Basically the thing. Let me see. What did you share? Yeah, no, I know. I know what that shape looked like. But yeah. How's the website going? TD, by the way. How's the how's the update? Would that work? I doubt it. Yep. That's where we are. Yep. This is the thing. That's the thing. No choice. Zip 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 blip 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 blip. Yeah. I mean, we agree. We agree. Anyways, back at it. The regular activities. There are stuff that I'm thinking about when I'm looking at these ones that could be interesting if I'm doing shit like this, where that section here is taking the curve up to the center, and goddamn, that's fat. That I wasn't expecting that to be that fat, but I get it. I'm gonna just need to do this and invert it and make that red so that I have the right thing. That is the potentially interesting thing. Option number 16, basically. Of basically doing that, but I need this to be like in the center. And then I'm gonna remove this by hand, and that's gonna be fine. So union that, subtract that, flatten that, extract that, radius that. That's also an interesting one. of a shape. Fuck. But you know, it depends. It depends. I need to pee again. 1 second. All right. That does look similar, yeah. It does. Cybersect. That's very much the same vibe. Yeah, that's just cheeks. That doesn't work. Eh. Eh. Yeah, I mean this is text. I mean these two are text. So I can play with the fonts to find whatever if necessary. Like that. But yes. Ah. Yeah. I don't think this one is a good idea. I think maybe maybe maybe. Oh yeah, no, yeah. That is also true, yes. Brace yourself, this is an ID. Not a good one. um Yeah, it doesn't work as I saw in my head. Um, the main issue with this is the reading. Yeah, it's the lol KR, or the 101 KR. But you do read still the KR pretty easily, which is good. It's the fucking L. That would work. No. I think in my head it made more sense, but I'm trying to achieve the monogram that you can't really achieve uh, because you have 5 letters instead of 4, and by combining the first one, you end up with so many issues, so many issues. You know, like that. Bitch, why enter key doesn't work anymore in Figma? That makes no sense. You know, I hate these things. It works though, but yeah. Look around and hind out. Um, but yeah, no, that's not necessarily good. We're missing the L. We are missing the hell. God damn, that hurts. On this thing. Where do you sit with these, by the way, before I move on to something potentially totally different? Are there some of these in the right direction or in upside down to get more of a hat thing? Is there one in particular that you're like, well, yeah, 100%. This is a for sure thing, you know. I'm gonna do that. There? Not even using your own stuff? Oh my god. The one that was at the bottom. Yeah. The one that was at the bottom was 3. The one that has the curve within is more interesting, which I agree with. I agree with it. There's something about it that is pissing me off, and it's the weight, the visual weight, but also, you know, right now we are in a very, very tiny thing. So let's remove that and bump this to a regular size for spots that would be somewhere along the line of yeah, 60-ish. I can live with that. I can live with that. Damn. That's much better. So, can I place me? Can I place me somewhere and hope for the best? Probably. The good thing is we still have all the construction blocks, so that I can still play with some of the thing, making sure that these two, for example, are aligned, and that we move them up to the pixel itself. Same here. Half points. Mm-hmm. Ah, that's gonna not work. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. Well. Dang. Yeah. All right. A bit of an overshoot in the center so that your eyes can adapt, which makes sense. That's good. Yes, it does. It does. That doesn't work. That's kind of sad. The fact that the images don't load, at least not into like immediately. But yes, it does look like some of the old, again, Scandinavian runic alphabets. So it's interesting. It is interesting. We could bump that up, but I feel like we are pretty good in our curve. It's a bit longer here on the edges. Not that it matters, but you know, it is. And we are 1717 roughly, so I don't like what just happened. That's not Yeah, that's not good. Dang, no good. Oh, it's because of displacement. I see. I see. Um, because this thing doesn't have proper placements right there. It basically breaks. Yeah. Oh, damn. So that's our head. We have our left tail, right tail, center, subtract, and dot. I guess I'm gonna call that dot for now, so that we're good. We need this to be properly aligned. So I don't know why it doesn't want to realign itself, but it does. Yeah, diamond would have been a bit of a better option, yeah. Not gonna lie. It would have been better. That's not what I chose. And then here, I just want this to be blank. Oh my god. This is such a bad thing. It doesn't want to work and be placed properly. It's crazy. 3556, 3556. We are good with that. And then we need to place that properly. Are they aligned top? Yes. So now we should be at 1717. Cool. This thing is centered, but not exactly where it needs to be, which is fine. I don't really care. That and that and that. Yes, all together. And then they are cropped by this. And then that and that and that all together. That's our top, that's our head, which is supposed to be above, but it's fine. And then that's our dot or diamond, which is okay. Good. I'm fine with that. This is 75 by 78, so that means that in a regular like 100 by 100 block, we should be able to place it roughly centered and still be pretty okay with its placement and visibility. Again, as I said, the alignment here would require like a bit of a shift, tiny. But I like the K. I like if you just keep the that shape. I really like, or if you just minimize the shape, basically that's what I'm saying. I really like this. Bitch, get out. Obviously. Okay, this is cute. It's cute as fuck. And it shifts a bit of the JK together. You can see the R when you do this. Like you have the R within, and even if you keep it like this, it's still there. So I like I mean I like the concept, obviously. Um, you could really be an onion if you wanted to. We can create an onion. Um, but yeah, it's feasible. Placement is fine, not ideal. Fine. It's still 75. That's that might be the only thing that is kind of annoying. Um, 36.1. Who the fuck? Sorry. Dang. Why? Makes no sense. That makes no sense. Goddamn. That's the reason. That's probably why uh, Tolkien signature makes sense, because we have the J, the R, and the K within. And there is the two flowers, which we don't have, but we do have the diamond dots at the bottom. So, yeah, I see that. See that now. I don't understand. I don't understand how shifting this. Yeah, that made no sense whatsoever. That's fine. That's fine. That's gonna piss me off, though. Mathematically speaking, we are pretty good. The displacement at the bottom is the thing. We basically have 56 point right there because of the rotation. That needs to be moved up. That we have a like, proper-ish placement. It is visually centered, kinda. Center of mass is roughly where it needs to be. What? Maybe 1 point down? Just for that? No reasons. I have a better readability with this, personally speaking, where the J is way more visible and the K and the R's are also way more visible. So I would read uh, Joker for sure. And the O doesn't really exist, which is fine. But it's wild how this needs to be like so much slower than it needs to be in here. That's crazy. But it's interesting, nonetheless. That doesn't change anything. It does. I think it's because you can recognize the letters, and that's the reason why you basically have that understanding. But yeah, it's pretty pretty. Are you set on the purple, by the way, Phils? Or nah? Good. Good. The reason why I'm against the purple is because Discord is purple, and I get it. You want to remain in the same realm, but something a bit more interesting could be nice. I'm gonna remove the bottom ones because I like them, but they are tricking my brain into seeing things. So that's not good. Let me be me and do the usual. I don't want to go elven, but brown and green is what I have in my head. I am 100% biased on the Tolkien things right now, so I'm trying to see if we have something that is a bit different. Green could be a good option. Well, that's the thing, because it's not Joker really, and the word Yolker doesn't exist, or at least based on Phil's explanation, it doesn't really exist. We have the ability to like basically derail from the initial colors. So that's a good thing. The thing that is true though is that the Joker, if we go back to that, the Joker is a colorful element in the realm, as in it's there to bring joy, it's there to make people laugh and bring them together, and therefore it matches for something that is like Discord related. So that's good, but the app icon could stand out a bit more than, like, right now I'm on the luxurious things, not the fun stuff. So that's, they're good to keep in mind. I wouldn't necessarily go with um the fattest of fattest, but like shit like this could be good. Jesus, hi, welcome in. How have you been? How's your day going? How was your week? It is Friday, officially. Welcome on. I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired, as always, at that time of day. It's late for me. It's not even 6 in the afternoon, and I'm currently dying. But going with a very like similar idea and to this could be cool. With the star being a bit darker or more visible, depending on where we are, is interesting. I know we have another one in there that is one of the big flashy ones. Where the fuck you at? I feel like I just saw it, but no. Oh, something happened. Where's this thing? It's crazy. They just get removed in front of us. I'm sure if we watch the VOD, it's visible in the VODs. What? That's not the thing that I have in mind. We have a very specific type of badge / tag that is saved in this specific board of Pinterest, and obviously because I'm looking for it, I can't find it. We don't have so many things in here anyway, so I'm safe. But where? I feel like I just saw it. Just crazy. Apparently I didn't. Apparently I didn't. Ah. It's a bit of a metallic E. I guess this is the closest that we have. Like shit like this could be interesting as well. But that's not the one I had in mind. Giraffe, welcome on in on YouTube. How are you? How have you been? How's the day going? Let me just do that. Don't think I can do that. Can I? Yeah, no, I can't. VR, welcome on in. How have you been? How's your day going? It's been a while since I've seen you here. I wanted to do something specific with the inner, but I don't think I can. Right there. I guess the the thing. That sounds so bad. I guess the thing. Uh, I guess the thing that I have in mind is bump or ammo, maybe. You know what? So much better. If I just go there directly, that's the type of shit that I'm talking about. And when you look at the the sugar or bump or things for their app icons and the way that they are looking, I feel like this is roughly the thing that you want to have in terms of playfulness. Even if the logo itself is a bit more serious with the characters, but like that effect in the background is pretty interesting. The amount of colors that we have as well, all of that makes so much more sense. I just noticed something, by the way. The app icon here, the stripes in yellow, purple, green, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Zenly is the exact same colors, and the reason for that is because the team at Zenly, when Zenly got acquired by Snapchat, decided to create Bump, which then got acquired by Ammo, kinda roughly, not really. But yeah, you had to leave for a full-time role, and you wanted to work for 4 days to see you work, and then rejected you after 4 days. Did you get paid for the 4 days? Because if you've worked for free for 4 days, that's bad. But then again, getting the like, let's work together for a bit of time to see how we fit is a very bad thing. Because in the first 4 days, technically in the first months, you are not working. You are exploring and making sure that you understand the product, the things, the whatever that you need to work on, the teams, and so on. So you are not really in work mode. You are in discovery mode, and that takes a month or two to figure out everything about the company that you're trying to reach and join. So that's really sad that you didn't get paid. So yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna reuse my own experience on this. They say they won't use the the work that you've done during the 4 days in their own companies. But then for some reason, in 6 months from now, they will. And because you forgot about the company altogether, you will never know. But that happened to me, and that happened to a lot of my other designer friends, where they just had a call, they showed something, they did the at-home assignments, and then 3 years later, they went back to the landing page of the company, and the thing that they had done for the at-home assignment was like basically pixel for pixel on the landing page as a new feature. So, you know, yeah, they might say that they won't, but we never know. We never know. Um, nonetheless, why did I click on jobs? I don't know. They are looking for dang, which I could go to. Their office is so good. That's what I'm gonna say. The office is so nice. But going there every time, don't think I would. So making the thing a sticker is a pretty good option, but also it's not necessarily a good idea for you in what it currently looks like. I think colors could help. Styling could help. I'm on the team. Um, yeah, I'm seeing these two things. Um, let's see if I have them right there. I think I liked one of their stuff. It's the same guy that I'm showcasing every time, which one day I will probably learn the name. Um, I won't. I will never. I will never. There is this person that is creating like these logo creations, styling things that are really cool. What's that thing? I know I liked one of them. Yep. So, they've been doing a ton of things for the same logo with with AI generated images, and some of them are AI generated videos where you can see, like for example, the copper getting over, or this one is getting coppered with time is a very interesting thing. But the output and the rendering of these logos in multiple material is a very interesting thing. And I feel like it could be interesting to have something similar, specifically for some reason. Wooden, it seems pretty adequate for that logo. I don't know why my brain doesn't want to release something other than brown and green for this entire thing. This makes no sense. It makes no sense. I like the copper and copper oxidized, but yeah, they've done a ton of things like this with plenty of the same logo in different rendering so that, you have the output. So that's really interesting as a concept. But it's not necessarily something that you want to go for. But it's a very cool idea. Imagine you have that on your home screen. God damn. Um, yeah, there is so many. Um, or there's so many of them that like have created basically wrappers of Nano Banana plus I think it is Quill that is doing that. Quill or Quinn, I forgot. To generate like the videos themselves. But again, they don't really explain anything, and that pissed me off every time. I wish they did. But yeah, no, I mean, the generation right now is pretty impressive, I'm not gonna lie. Um, so with this, if I remember correctly, good. Let's see if 3.1 works. I doubt. Earlier it kind of broke. That logo is for fields above you in chat. um, it's a Discord competitor ish thing. Lol. It just kept the SVG in the center, but why is it why is that not cropping? Oh, that's the reason. Bitch, get out. It's a bit strong. That's a bit strong. It doesn't, right? It's not Tolkien at all. It's a lot of moss. I'm not gonna lie. This is a lot of moss. But it works. And plastic wood, yes. To be honest, this version with the logo as something on top, if I just multiply or overlay or something that is like kind of highlighting the section, could work. But yeah, it's basically just using Nano Banana within Figma so that you get access to whatever. The issue that I have is that these ones are very much contained experiments, as in they shared like the logo once and then that's it. Like that's the containment. And you don't see more than that. It's just like, okay, I found something interesting. I found the idea of getting like the foil holographic things, but yeah, it's not quill, it's cling and then topaz. I see. Marmalade, hi, welcome in. How are you? How is your day going? Topaz is debuffer and saying in the Imagine concept. Yeah, I see the ID. How much does that cost? Sorry. Lowest price is just 37 months. That's crazy. And Kling is for the video section. Yes. What do you mean hallucinating from your food? Not making mashed potatoes is good. No. No issues with that. No issues with that. I feel like Dream would be a pretty good option as well if you wanted to have videos of stuff. But like again, this is the greatest use case right there. That before she speaks, greatest use case. You need like a shot for a YouTube video of something, That basically what you need. So that's so good. Easy work on in. I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired, but that doesn't change much. Like that's the usual. Um, this shot was nice. Not gonna lie. Anyways, Sea Dream is the version that is from TikTok. So they have a ton of videos, which is pretty impressive. And their output is always really impressive. A lot of people don't really know about them because they are the Chinese models. And yeah. Kane, walk on in. Basically, it is the thing that I talked about last time. Last time being like 3 to 6 months ago now. On here, if I go to, you will have some titties, and there is no choice. So the probability of this being the original, I guess this one is the video. This, you see that this is in Chinese right there. Everything in there is in Chinese. When I go back here, the preview, the thumbnail, is translated in English directly. So that, good scamming, titties right there. That is something that basically Xiaoshi is doing and doing really well. I am very much impressed most of the times when that happens, because they are doing things where they recreate the fonts, and it's kind of wild. I wish we had like a text-based post right there so that I can see or show you. Basically here, same thing. Right there, it basically translated the thing that is in the note. Before I asked to. I guess just right away done. I think probably something like this could be translated or automatically translated, but like same thing, things like this, the text that we saw is in Chinese right here, but in the preview I'm getting the text directly into translated, and that is very much impressive. The amount of time that I've seen things like this as well, where the system is recreating the highlighting, that's impressive. Nonetheless, this is Xiangshu, so that's like a lot of Chinese models that are running in the background. But yeah. Anyways, these are options, and I'm sure you could go through the creations and the models and outputting something with no issues. But I'll see if sometimes I can have stuff. This is, I mean, I'm biased, very much biased, but the fact that this ByteDance creating like models and providing models for like general use or generative media or science or robotics as dedicated things compared to Claude or ChatGPT are just like, well, this is what we have. Deal with it. It's just like general use, and that's it. So I'm biased toward these things. Nonetheless, back to this. So I do still think that we could benefit from having something in the background that is a bit more aligned with the effect. Um, I think if this is replaced by something like moss, I doubt that this will work, but we never know. Because apparently we have credits on Figma for AI generation, but they don't count. So moss will help for sure. For sure. Um, let's see how that looks. Yeah, that's not it, but if we do something like this with the moss in the background and that 1%, and then we give it I feel like this is not gonna necessarily work if I do glass because of these effect. Maybe, you know. Why not? Why not? But I feel like that green, that foresty green, is a better potential match with you and with that tool. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. The reason, I the usual reason is Discord is somewhere around here in the purple to indigo situation. So your direct opposite is gonna be brown and yellowish green. So if you go into a bit of a tertiary switch, like a triad switch where you have Discord somewhere around here and you go there, that makes a lot more sense. So going with a triad opposite of Discord is kind of the vibe for me, which means like you would be somewhere along. Bitch, get out! You would be somewhere along the line of there. So yeah, esports. Hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's your day going? But yeah, that's kind of my concept here. You want to be roughly at the opposite of what Discord is proposing, so you are going to be in that realm of green E. At least from my point of view, and that brown is also like pretty moss related. So dang. That works. Yes, Adobe Color, by the way, is a very, very useful site when you are starting to understand how color works. And let me rephrase that: when you're starting to attempt to understand how color works, because you will never understand, and me neither, don't worry about it. But it is a very useful thing when you want to check like what is the complementary for the color that I'm currently building. So let's say you have like a site that is mostly like cyan slash green teal colors. So complementary would be a bit of an orange tomato uh, thing in order to get like the most amount of contrast. But in order to stand out, you may have most of your thing be roughly in the deepest realm of that brown, and then for your accent button, be like on the teal things. But then you have like so many options for what they currently have with the harmony wheel, I guess that's how they called it, and it's pretty neat. It is pretty neat. We like it a lot. We like it a lot, but the triad is the one we use the most, to be honest, because we just want to know, okay, so if I have my thing that is blue, and that's my blue, then anything that is in the opposite is going to be good enough of a differentiator for the brand. So Facebook blue is somewhere around here. If I'm creating like a new social media platform, I would either remain within that blue because it feels at home, Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, which is like there, like the usual, or I'm creating something that is absolutely the opposite. And so you can think of DeviantArt, you can think of Pinterest, Reddit that are in the red as well. So yeah. Um, yeah, we can take a look at that. Could take a look at that. We are on logo today apparently, so we lost the music again. Again. Anyways, um, I one second. God damn, that's tiny. Um, well, it depends. I need some context on the use cases because the logo itself is pretty good, right? Um, the only thing that might not be really understandable is the the 7 and 1. So I would mostly read that as a question mark 1 rather than a 7-1. If I have your name next to it, then that's fine. But yeah, like that's what we would have, or at least the understanding. The only issues that I potentially can see is like the alignment in there might be a bit tight and a bit too wide. So potentially getting something that is a bit more square would help. But at this size, with that amount of pixelation, I can't really give you a lot of uh, things, right? Because how can it be improved? I think it's pretty good. It's a memorable shape so far, so that works. Um, but yeah, it's mostly the dot at the bottom that might be like a bit of a detrimental thing. Fields, I went to Moss, and I think this is cute. Yeah, pure Moss on this one. I think that's a pretty okay thing. Um, it is just moss. Pure forest right there, hidden behind a blow. But yeah, no, if you want to share the thing in Discord directly, that is 100% an option. You can drop that inside of the design help. Goddamn, that was a long click, long taps. Going back there. So yeah, I'd go, I'd go something like you're gonna be in the purple for Discord current behavior. So going into the green or the orange makes a lot of sense to be a bit different, or you want to remain in the purple E to remain familiar. That's the thing. If you know of uh, the guild or is it guild? Yeah, gilded. My bad. My bad. Um, Gilded is dead apparently, sadly. Um, which is so sad. But they used to be yellow in order to not be Discord related. So that's that's the thing. It's sad that they died. It's sad that they died. Yeah, I mean everything is dying so fast nowadays that, you know, as we have mentioned, um yeah. The fresh mox. The fresh moss. Fluxo? I don't know what that is. Did you use that as a base? Because that could save you some time. In just, you know, not having to think much. But yes. Anyways. So yeah, esports. I don't know much more about this that would benefit you when it comes to this logo style. You might be interested in um I doubt that this would work. um is it with a no, it's not. Is it with an H? I always yes, it's with an H. You might be interested in looking into the Japanese Hanko stamps, which is very much similar to what you currently have. And the engravings are the thing that you kind of want to place within the box. You will see that a lot of them are mostly rounded, but if you go with something a bit more elongated, which is your case, you could output something that has like different shapes, different colors, different effects. So that's something to potentially think of when I mean, that's what I'm thinking of when I'm seeing this, um, because it makes sense. But for the sake of the fact that it's currently used within a square, or not a square, a circle. God damn, my brain right now is all over the place. That's crazy. Um, so because you are here right now. Also, that is still not giving me anything. I would potentially give you something like that as an alternative to make it better match the circle environment. It doesn't cost you much to reorganize your 7-in-1 in there, but yeah. Let me see. That is indeed. Can I not just, copy code? Isn't that just a fucking option? Damn, that's massive. Let's reduce that. I mean, technically speaking, you're pretty good. You are almost aligned when it comes to the spacing, so your outer realm might be benefiting from something that is a bit more centralized. Not like that. What if you have 124 and 124 on everything with that amount of space? Oh, code is because Discord would recognize SVGs as code, which makes a lot of sense. And your overall thing, that is how much? How much is that? How much is that? That is 31. So graphically speaking, it's fine. I feel like this is something that would benefit from like that alignment to be a bit better. Again, let me just put them side by side. Not so much, right? Not so much of a change, but it's just like consistency in terms of spacing all around. And then for this thing, this is a bit more complex. The issue that I have with it is this one, where it stands out. And it stands out so much that I end up being like, this is a question mark and not a 7. So that's I would say that's the thing that is kind of annoying. Otherwise, based on where you currently are with your alignment, you are at, we said 125. This, right. Roughly. And then I'm just using the stroke because that makes a lot more sense for later. Meaning that this right there that makes sense. You're roughly at 126 instead of 124. It's interesting. But let's just put that in white for both for now, just for the sake of, having that. if you wanted to get your system to be a bit more aligned, that dot getting removed helps with not having anything here that bothers me, or potentially getting that tail of the 7 being like a lot lower than what it currently is. Not so close to this section could be a pretty good switch. And then your 1, depending on how you want to read it, this helps. The issue that I have here is that this is almost a 2. Like the 7 would basically end up here. Like that's your 7. You have your 7, you have your 1. Your head right here is a bit low, but that's a fine thing. And by doing so, you could have your dot be much bigger, not necessarily in red, but you know, like same concept, same ID, same overall size, just a teeny tiny amount of a different like placements that could help for alignment. But yeah, but then the fact that you say that your question mark is meaningful, that you know, that goes back to, or retract what I just did. And you say something that I don't really read. Let me smoothness to say the number 1. Does it? Forms the written letter H. I don't see. Oh, you mean that is the H. I see. I see, I see. Yeah, I mean, I can see it. I can see it. I feel like based on everything you just said, simply because it is the case, can I just do that, by the way? Is that going to be an option? I guess it's going to be an option. Right, you probably have done something like this, and then let's do something like this. Yeah, but you are losing. You're losing a lot of the things that you said are currently important within the concept that you currently have. So it's interesting. As always, I'm using single strokes because that is easier if we want to have something that is a bit thinner, a bit lighter, whatever. Like it's that easy. Single stroke helps a ton with that. And overall, the main difference that I did was probably this right here. Everything else is roughly aligned. It has Like the question mark makes sense, the one makes sense. I feel like the 7 might not be necessarily something that the people are seeing right away. You could add something like this as a potential to create the 7 instead, a bit more than what it currently is, so that you can see exactly that, okay, so that curve at the bottom tells me question mark and 7 together. That makes sense. The 1 on its own, there is something that is bothering me with the tail, where if it was like this, it could make more sense. For readability purposes only, like basically there is nothing else than readability that I would care about on this one. But yeah, that's 120. 124 is right here. I'm trying to see if we have the correct center point. We don't. We do that, and that, maybe. Yep. So that your 7 and your 1 are really encapsulated together. That makes a lot more sense to me. And therefore here you can potentially extend that a bit lower. I don't know if your H. I don't think the one that you shared earlier is exactly the one that goes through. Because that isn't necessarily the thing that we see. At least not right away. If it's just like a right angle and you don't have the serif here, then you are pretty okay with it. Like it's pretty simple. You have it here. It's in the negative space, kinda. But if I remove that, you end up with something that is really hidden, not necessarily good. Because you can see it here, you can see it here as well. You have the H, which is not necessarily an HH. That makes no sense. Like you have your H here, basically, right? That's the place I can see it and place it, as in not Cyrillic H. But yours is this. Right there. Or you placed it right here. I don't know exactly which one it is for you. I don't know if it's right there or right there. That's the kind of the question. But you have it. I guess the one that you took was that one, the snake one, which then implies that it's right here. There is no. I mean, It could be wherever, to be honest. So that's the thing. Um, I feel like
Zapsu is now following.
that too. Thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. I feel like I could see something like this for your use case specifically in order to elongate the stamps version to go back to my Japanese stuff, kinda, and then potentially get yourself through a different shape or something else right here to help you create like the negative space that you need, so that you have maybe that is a better, more interesting thing. I don't know. And if that's not the case, and you still want something that is like fully rounded right here, could create something like that. You know, easy stuff. I'm kind of tempted with this, to be honest. But I don't know how that would fit your specific use case. So that's the... That might be the only thing that I'm just like unsure of, or unsure about. Might be that. Placement is pretty good. I kind of like this because it kind of melts, and it melts into the question mark, which is interesting. Again, if I go back to that, sorry. Like there, it's okay as well. 7-1 is a very similar thing. Like that's the thank you. We'll check that in a second. Is it like live update like Stonies, or is it not? It is. Nice. Neat alignment at the bottom so that you really have the right separation. That's kind of sad, but that's fine. I get it. It's the scroll. I don't mind. Color scheme is aligned. Good. Good. Yeah. Good. The thing that I just saw a second ago of having the sidebar change width, make sure that they are all the same width so that you don't have shift, like layout shift like this. That will be like a very much appreciated thing. But yeah. From to place it on the white, for example, if the image is white and black. You could change the color of the current white portion to black when it's on white merge. Like that's not, you're not like stuck with something else. It's you know, obviously this is not gonna work, but if I'm deciding to say, I don't know, this, and say that they you know, like it's both work. There is no issues with whatever. You could. Not very much a problem. Um, I feel like, personally speaking, I might say that the the one that I did right here might not necessarily be uh, like a good idea to get like this. I feel like that's a very potentially interesting concept with the one that is melting through the frame. Um, but nonetheless, to answer your question of, let me just reverse everything, of what would I do if I had a 7-1? That's basically what things are. And for me, I probably would do something along the line of this. Uh, Not necessarily this font, but that's probably the thing that I would go with. And based on the fact that you just said that this is for merch or this is for some sort of an esport, obviously based on your name, um, team, this is going up. This is like success. This is an arrow going up with multiple team members. Like if you're 4 people, you would have one branch for each, and you have the 7 and the 1 within. There is a lot of bullshit that I can give you for what that could represent. Um, but like that system is a very, very simple thing that you can do, and you can go through all the fonts that you have. Maybe these ones are like the pixelated ones are the one that you want, but like it really depends on the type of work that you're doing. That's the first, like, very first ID. The second ID is going to be also, that's pretty cool. It does look good, yeah. I do agree with that. It does look good. No, no complaining on this one. Um, if you are looking for uh, a number-based logo, going with a font that is a bit more interesting than the other ones is something that will work most of the times. So, I mean, a font like this with the 1 and the 7 is pretty simple. The fact that obviously I would once again overlap them so that you end up with something that is looking like this. So the 1 would probably be aligned somewhere around here. And so by using these, I can see what are the portion of the numbers that matches each other. So with that, I'd probably say, let's do remove background for both so that we just have the center part. That give us such an interesting shape that I know that the portion that is going up isn't necessarily something that I need to keep. So from there, my instinct here is almost. Dang. Yeah, 45, 44. Let's do 44. Flat bones, strong ass. You have one of these, and then you get. God damn it. Bitch, get out. Okay, cool. You get a second one on the other end, right about here, that is from here to the bottom. And then maybe, and that's unsure, but maybe you get like a footing at 42, 44 something right there. But that contained my 7 in a way hidden behind, and my 1 at the same time. Even though the 1 is more visible than the 7, you would know that it's in there. And if you wanted to just condensed everything together, like that's an option as well, to very much showcase all the parts of what it is that create that interesting mix and match with the shapes. So it's a very conceptual thing, but you have your 7, you have your 1, you probably also have roughly your H in the middle, in the portions that are together, and you can add other things for sure. But this is an interesting concept. You could do that instead. Like, it doesn't look like anything. It's just like, this is something that I would remember. I would say that's the thing that I would care about if I was looking for creating a brand for you. I want the people that see your logo to be like, okay, cool, I do remember this thing. Going back to here, a lot of these logos don't really represent anything, but I've seen them, and if I see something similar to this, for example, the probability of me remembering this one first is very, very strong. So that's the type of thing that I would do. I would go into fonts and number-based logo. You probably have seen this magnificent thing. I can do that in about a second. You probably have seen that. Is it here? Yeah, I can't. Probably have seen it. Yeah, this one. This is one of these kind of amazing logos that just work by doing something that is extremely simple, cutting the numbers in the right spots. And obviously a lot of other people have been creating similar things, but you could 100% do that as well and have your 1 and 7, because they are so close and so similar, go within something like this. For example, you have your 7 at the top and then your 1 at the bottom, which is exactly what you already had. But maybe your system, instead of being what it currently is, you do this. You create a system. I'm gonna rotate it by hand, which is not really good, but you know, your logo is now 7/. Like that's everything you're doing. So when you have like a signature to do, it's just 7/1, it's 7/. That's it. That's how you sign your emails and so on, so that you don't have to think about it too much. It's based on the font that is currently used. So if you go with, I don't know, that works. It will always work, because in any font, most of the time, your slash and your 7 are going to be roughly in the same angle. And you know, it's a very simple thing. But yeah, that's the thing. Specifically, if you are looking for inspiration for numbers and letters for your logos, I highly recommend you go into Behance. I know, and look for 36 days of type um, as a research. This is one of the biggest place, I would say, where you will find exactly what you're looking for, because a lot of designers have been taking that challenge of 36 days of type, which is one letter per day, to figure out everything. And so right here, for example, you have U, F, S that are hidden within that whole creation LK I guess, LH E. And you know, they kind of they kind of play with this, which is really interesting. They do that for all the letters and all the numbers. So when you're looking for something specific, you go into a 36 days of type on Behance that you kind of like, and then maybe you can see someone that has created something like this. It's just the C or the G or whatever, but it also looks like a CI. So if you have a logo that needs to be like CI, this is a pretty interesting thing. But if your overall thing is like CGI as a concept, well, you have the G that is here, which also looks like a C, also look like an I. So you have your CGI into one single thing. It's really interesting and really important. So, what do you mean? No. So that's the to me that's the place where you will find the most inspiration and the best overall inspiration to just you know um, find stuff like that. 'Cause these are cool. And a lot of them, let me see if I can find one of them that I know. A lot of them are creating things that are not the same, which is why I like them so much. Like the first two that I showed you are really much the same every time. But people like this, for example, are experimenting with different styles on every day. So their goal was to have like a bit of a theme in the color scheme, but A, B, and C look very much different. And then D is a 3D shape with blurred gradient and transitional things. So that that's really cool. Appreciate it. But yeah, like that things like this are really useful and will help you a ton. What I would say as well is a W is an M and a V can be an A, and there is a ton of letters that can be flipped to achieve exactly what you wanted to achieve in the first place. So don't like, specifically when you're looking for inspiration, don't limit yourself to the letters or the numbers in question that you want it to have. The the ability that you have to go through something like creative markets with fonts. I'm gonna go there as always and say, I don't know, have a good dinner time. I don't know if I will be here when you come back. um, let's say you're going through something like, I guess cyber is probably going to be a better option. Um, mhm, obviously, obviously, when I'm looking for something specific, the cyber phones have a ton of presets that helps. At least that they help me. If you have a page like this as a preset, right? You can basically create the rest of the letters that you need, and you can change their design once you have them. So let's say you wanted to have um, 7 and 1, right? These are the thing that you want. But the 7, you don't really like it, and the 1, you don't really like it as well. But you can see how other things have been created, and maybe you kind of like the way that the angle of the Z is working, which is kind of similar to the 7, but yeah, it could be a bit more inner with the sharp angle right there. And then the T is kind of pretty close to the 1. So if you just do that, you get that, and then you have that, but at the right size. I'm gonna kill some people at Figma again. If I do this, and I say that this is my 1, right? I got that. Cool. And then maybe instead of going straight down, I want to follow through with this point to match the other one. And then same thing here. So maybe this one doesn't exist anymore. Then I just want to go straight down up to here. And because I know how things are going to behave, I'm just going to add like a point here and a point here to get somehow like a bit of footing right there for shits and giggles. It doesn't really matter what it is, but it's just like alignment, size, right here. And now I get my 7-1 that is more aligned with what I wanted to have in the first place. I can play with them, even though they are not like the font itself, but you got enough inspiration from the concept that is just the letter T. And that might be a thing that you like. Maybe here, if we look back at what the Z was, the Z was a bit more sharp, and then going down, that would have been an option as well. So, you know, get your inspiration from wherever you want your inspiration to be from, but get your inspiration in something that is pretty much working for you and for your use case. And then, as always, these things can be upside down in different orientations. Maybe you want this to be like this, and like that. Maybe that's your 7-1. I don't know. It really depends on a lot of things, and you have so many options to basically render the output that you have. When you have like a two-letter block, so go with that. I'd go with that. Yeah, this is also a very interesting idea. Yes, 100%. The good thing with this as well is that you end up with a shape that if you just use the 7 that we have right here, so just use that, remove this one, so that we just the 7. And the way that the 7 is working is like so. When I'm looking at what you have made here, your 1 is a flipped 7. So if I unionize these just so that we have it. The way that you did your thing, you have your curve going in, which is as if I was doing this, and then that. So now I have my 7 and my 1 that are going to be basically the exact same thing. Which, you know. If I just do that. That's crazy. So that they match in terms of width and size and so on. You can play with your IDs, place things differently. You can make sure that they are like smaller. Maybe that's your stuff. Again, so many options. So many simple things that you can do to get the effect that you want to have. You can match their angles at different places. Like that creates so many shapes. I don't know. Like that's a very useful shape as well. If you want to, you know, create a bit of a repeating pattern for background. You know, concept IDs, simple. But all that just came from this. And if that came in your mind right away, then do that. This is a very cool and very simple thing. The only potential issues that you have, good, appreciate that. This one might be a bit too wide for chest piece. This might be a very good thing to have in the back of the jersey if you have the jersey. Like it's you have the 7-1 in a full width, full back situation, whereas this one is used mostly for the chest piece. So you know, like it's a very simple thing. I like your versions as well. It's just like I had a bit of an issue with the rendering. Again, I don't know what game you play, what sports you're doing, what the team's about. I don't know shit. So I can't really guide you into a potentially better option or less options or something. You know, I don't know. If it's Dota, I don't know enough about Dota to be able to say yes, 100% go there. It's a good idea. Let me see if I can. Let me see. Probably. 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 So, in the game, do we have something that is very much significant that I can see from here? Not really. This is something, but that's like just the spinner. Doesn't make any sense. This is interface in game, which is a resource-based screenshot of games. I guess, I mean, the Dota 2 logo itself already kind of has this this shape that is roughly your 7-1. Like I'm not Not gonna lie, but if I do this, you already have your 7 right there, and then you have your 1 dot at the, you know, uh, your 1 here. So that's potentially an option as well to just get your stuff. Um, I don't think it does. But I don't know. Stony, I have no clue. I have no clue. Let me not do this one because this one makes no sense. But, you know, like that's similar to what I said earlier. This is mostly like an arrow going up. So if you wanted to, it's very similar to the Dota 2 logo itself. It has the same vibe, but you can feel the resemblance specifically if you have like some sort of a square behind it or whatever. Like it's could work. It could work. Specifically, if they had like a very similar thing. Um, Otherwise, you have this one if you're looking for other game UI. The game UI database has a lot more games in it. Interface in game is really good because it's made by a single person that just loves game and takes screenshots when he has the time. Game UI database has a lot more stuff. So, you know. There might be other things that you can take as a reference as well. Nonetheless, 30 tournaments. Yes. Well, yeah, do that. Do that. I hope everything is fine. I know how complicated right now Ukraine might be. Sadly, we can't really do much about it, which is really sad. But yeah, I do think that your initial logo was pretty good. I might simply add the change that I did, which is like ensuring that you have somehow the curve right there that is a bit better overall, and then like a thicker element is not a bad idea either. Like it works. Yeah. And if you're really concerned about the color scheme and the fact that on a light jersey or a black jersey, it's not gonna be as visible as it should be, then maybe change the color. Maybe just make the entire thing blue, and that's it. It's gonna be visible on white and black, and no need to create different variations. Just like, yeah, it's gonna be fine. One of the things that is kind of fun on this one is that that's the letter H in both directions. So, you know, you wanted to have an H somewhere. Here it is. But you know, it's pretty fine. I don't see anything really drastically necessitating some changes. When I'm looking at it from here, it's doing its job. Yeah. If you want to take a screenshot of this one, giving it to you in big so you can capture that, even though that's very basic for my taste. But it works. If it works, why not use it? There's a lot of things in there that needs to be aligned and changed, just for the sake of making sure that this thing is working. But yeah, and if you want this one in screenshot as well, do that. I mean, this is pure blue, so that's not necessarily the good one, but yeah, it works. I could see this. Yeah. Good. More vibrant blue. Specifically, I mean, obviously, my brain is going in all directions all the time. Some of the things that you need to think about when it comes to creating the jersey, creating the merch, and so on, is who is going to print the thing. And depending on that, you will have the different options and good zip. I appreciate the zip for sure. Maybe the colors that they have doesn't really match the color that you have. So make sure that if you know exactly who you want to go with for the printing and the creation of these, get their colors. Just get the colors that they have available and see if it works with your logo, with how you want to place it, and maybe that could work. Like I think that's the most important thing. You need to make sure that the printer that's going to take care of the printing and the creation of the jersey and the merch is good. I don't remember if I have changed my password here or now. These are some titties. Sorry. Yeah, we don't have any of the items that were there. But I used to have merch on Etsy, and then I kind of removed it because no sales and not really that interesting. Anyways, I made sure. Yeah, of course. Denny, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? Um, and I made sure that the printing was good and the quality of the t-shirts in the first place were pretty good. That's like a lot of work to figure out. Dirty puddle, hi, welcome in. That, yeah, that's yeah, kinda. I mean, 2024. Yeah, I was in Japan. um, yeah. It was. I don't think it's gonna be in there. I think it's gonna be in my past pods, probably. Um, Let me just get to the fucking playlist. You bitch. Sorry. I'm gonna say somewhere along the line of here. Kinda. Uh, Probably a bit shorter even. Yeah. Yeah. That's probably when that happened. Welcome back. But I hope you're good. I hope everything was good. Basically, yeah. Basically, that was when I last cut it. Anywho. But yeah, esports. That's what I can give you. That's what I can give you on this one. A lot more. So going back to this, Phils. Now that you're back, I think that the size of it is a bit too much based on stuff and alignment and whatever. But I think the color scheme is pretty good. It is in black. It is really much sport stuff. Like that white on black is 100% sport stuff. This one is a bit more unsure. I wouldn't know like what it is and what it's about necessarily by looking at it. What? I think the moss is a pretty good option, as always. These things are just yeah. No, this is a lot more complex than that, but yeah. Right there. There. That's for you. That's what we have. I don't have a better option than this. This is that's the name, Yolka, and we looked at fonts that kind of worked together. Today has been a logo day apparently. This font stood out, and so we took the K's and the R's and attempted to rotate them, create something out of them, and then at some point I decided to add this cut underneath. And yeah. I don't know, I just started today. And so once we had something that was pretty good, created multiple variations. The third one was roughly the one that was preferred, so we went with that, and now I'm trying to figure out what makes the most sense. Yeah. I feel like there are stuff that will make more sense than others. But I don't think that will work. Let me check. Can I do that? I can do that. I didn't know. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. A bit of texture on that glass. Pretty good option. Pretty good option. Uh, I think the frost is a nice addition. I do like this as well. If you do light mode at some point, having a bit of a mint slash tea leaf is a really cute thing. Anyways. I don't know if this makes sense, but I'm gonna try anyway. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. No, not really. The only thing that we were on a second ago, which I don't know if we are gonna be able to go there again. Yes, is this. That's the only AI supported design that I know. But yeah, other than that, not a lot. And we were on demo earlier today. Yeah. Oh, nee, yo, nee, yo. Yes, I do. Um, what is it? It does, but that's it. I do have this, which it's been a while now, but yeah, it's a massive UI library of AI chatbots thing, where, you know, you basically get your initial regular interfaces. Again, everyone is looking the same anyways. These ones are more aligned with me because they've done my behavior. So main content is in the card, navigation is on the side, and then the only thing that you need to change is the card and which section of the sidebar is selected. So that's the thing that I do like. Overall, the thing is just a chat right now, and because I want to move away from chatbots for you can't for AI. I don't think it's a useful thing. It make a lot of sense. So yeah, like I mean, I like this. I think it's a very nice prototype. It's a very cool concept of what could be displayed and, you know, whatever.
Denny
What?
$1 just resubscribed for 17 months.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Welcome back. 17 is a long time. 17 is a long time. And, you know, like, it's fine. It's just too much, as you said, cognitive overload on everything, where because this is supposed to be an email client, every email conversation that I'm seeing here, I am opening a new tab. And that's never the case. Like, the only time where I need to have email A and email B on the same view is because I need to copy paste something from one email to the other. That's it. And so usually what happens is I do this, I copy it, and then I go to the email in which I need to go, and I paste it, and I add the thing that I need to add, and that's it. So it's you know, not as good, not as useful as it should be, could be, and so on. The AI chat is fine. They've done a pretty good job at the transition in between the two. Like I do like this. This is a very nice presentation. Um, and then they have created like a lot of really interesting concepts, which are basically just arc. Like I'm not gonna lie, this is arc on email. Um, but I I doubt that this is gonna be something that I will like to use. And one of the reasons for that as well is I closed that folder, which right now it's kind of hidden, but I closed that smart folder number 6, right? Okay. I know it's a prototype, but still, they have done a lot of work for a prototype. If I close this one, why do we reopen the fucking smart folder number 6? Like I closed it. I I did. I closed it. I opened something else, and then I closed this something else. Why is it reopening this fucking thing every time? That makes no sense. Again, it's a prototype. I get it, but still. Nonetheless, everything that they have done in there is really impressive, and I do think that this whole thing is very, very well done. And if it's an email client, it's probably going to be popular because of how people are using emails anyways. But yeah, other than that, yeah, it's still like a chatbot, and yeah, I don't think it's right for the use case. I think if I just do that, right, define is there. It is more pleasant to use. I just feel like there will be a lot of things in there that sorry that work, but yeah, it's interesting that this button is supposed to have an email when technically you don't need an email to see your website, but you know, nah, why not? Anyways, that's the only thing that I could see. Why do I have a hype train again? That's the second hype train of the day. What the fuck is happening today? Please don't. Please don't. That is not supposed to happen. No. No. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, for your news, Denny, we are currently at 111. Can you believe that? 111. Eh. Right there. Right there. 111 total, and we have 3 people paying on the monthly tier and one person paying on the yearly tier. So that's cool. That's really nice. That is really nice. Highly appreciate it. Highly appreciate it. There is a ton of things that needs to happen though, in order to make it work. But yeah, we also have that now, proper physics when you grab the card. So that's fun to work on. That's fun to work on. And lastly, this one, just the B. Or this one, you mean? Ah, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah. We agree. We agree. I like the fact that they flip. That's the thing I like about. Technically speaking, this is duplicate of a code pen that I found. I just made sure that it was better done in terms of fonts, because the fonts that we're using in the first place is for a wide variety, and then I made it vertical on this one, and it has a bit of a glitch if you look closely, and obviously because I'm showing it to you, the top section right here has a glitch right about now. You can basically see that there is a shadow that pops in, and then the card drop down, and then the shadow disappear. Why, it's working. It's fine. Nope. No, it's a z-index issues with timing, and the timing needs to still happen. So basically, in order for the next card that is here to be able to flip above the previous one, so that's the next, you need to reorder your z-index. So the one that's going to go above the rest needs to stay above, meaning that when it goes up, when it drops, it's going to sync to Z0, and then the previous one is going to just go up. So that's the reason. But it's cool. It works. I like this one as well. I think it's a cute version of the clock. The goal next is gonna have iOS style widgets here, so that you can see exactly what you are going to get from the Go. But yeah, I will take a look at that for sure. And I did that for you. I mean, not really, but kind of. The case study card is for designers. If you want to share case studies, can go there. The only thing that I don't have in there that I need to have is the embedded videos. We just have the links so far, but we don't have like more stuff. So yeah, it's a bit of a sad stuff so far, but it's working. It's working. I like it. It's fine. It's fine. Let me see. Is it something that is stream available? God damn. God damn. Shit. I see. A bit of a CRM. That's pissing me off. That's so bad. That displacement. Oh, just make sure that the recent activity is the same type of title, and then you have the activities underneath, like cards. God damn. God damn. Full chat. Cool tickets. Good project. That's great. I feel like channels and chats are basically the same thing, because they are. So that's a thing. Wouldn't have. I mean, basically what I'm understanding is that your general are pins. Like, it's been pinned, and therefore it's there so that you can quick access it if you need to. That's what I understand. This is cute. Not gonna lie, this is cute. Yeah. I don't think I clicked on the right thing. God damn it. It's a bit similar. It's a, it's a bit similar, yeah. I just found that today, so don't worry about it. But I still can't figure it out. I will figure it out at some point. For now, not today. Not today. But yeah, that's it's a very similar interface slash ID, but yeah. Basically what it is, or what that is your company inside of a very similar ID, but it's like AI company instead of company. So everyone that you hire is an AI agent, and then they do what you hire them to do. So if you say that you want your AI agent to be your marketing manager that reviews emails and so on, they just do that. But it's an agent. So when an email comes in, they check the email, they reply to the email, they give you the feedback, and maybe you have hired like a junior dev to do quick fixes, and the agent is doing that as well. So that's interesting, but I can't figure out how to plug in clothes to it, which makes no sense. I don't know. I don't know how to do. So I'm gonna figure it out later. But yeah, no, this is cool. This is a good. This is overall good concept. It's also a very good idea, and I mean, even though that's always the case, I don't think we've seen anything so far where I've said, "Oh, I've never built something like this before." I know. Sorry. Um, but so far, this is very similar to what we had right here, which was a bit of a project-based company tracking thing. So you had like your entire, I mean, we talked about it. The entire thing is just like making sure that you have all your projects in one place with all the data. Then you have the collection page where people that are supposed to give you some information about the project are going to go there. And then the process is what are the steps that your team is supposed to go to or through, and what are the project assigned to what workflow, basically, or processes. So all of that was the plan. The thing that you have is one step higher, where it's a more global thing. So yeah, take care of yourself. I'll send you the SVG of the thing, uh, so that you can potentially implement it somewhere on Discord. But yeah, thanks so much for being here. I appreciate it. Take care of the job. I guess that's the time for the job. And yeah, we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. Um, Um, but yeah, this one was a very interesting one as well for the entirety of the thing. Again, like I built a way to create your own MD file before MD file were the the default, but because the default prior was like a ton of media and images and so on. Well, it's not an MD file, but like right now, if I were to recreate that same product again, I would basically just say, well, these documentation are going to be MD files, markups for sure to make sure that everything works. So yeah, that's the system. Um, anyways, but it's cool. It's a very cool thing. There is a ton of small details that you will probably see and fix at some point. Like I have no doubts. These are really cool though. I'm not gonna lie. The fact that you can have like quick messages, assign a ticket to someone, see their calendars right away is a good thing. However, um, the the thing that needs to happen is figure out exactly uh, why and how people are going to like implement your tool in their teams. So the most important thing every time is what is the current tech stack that the company is using, and how can you transfer them as simply and swiftly as possible so that they don't have downtime or they have only a week where they have both at the same time. Like if they have yours and the old one, and they just transition everyone on the first 2 days. And then once that's done, the team is taking over and using the new one instead. And both are needed to be working at the same time. And what is the difference? Why is yours better than the others? Why do people will say, well, fuck, this new thing is so much better than what we used to have? So because you know what you have like that knowledge and experience, it will make sense. But, you know, um, specifically when for something like this, it's a matter of onboarding the team, having team members in the project, and onboarding the projects themselves without having to retype the entirety of the thing that are already in Jira, already in ClickUp, already in other platforms. Um, because that is the the thing. Like if you can't onboard the people and get the people in the tool so that they can test it out, I think that's going to work. Like there needs to be something in there that is so good that people are like, fuck, we changed the tool and now we can't live without this thing. And it's like, I don't know. I've seen so many products die because the competitor had a copy paste option. It, I know that sounds dumb, but that's basically some of the old tools that just didn't have copy paste as an option. And the new one was like, well, you can just you can just copy that and put it there and it works. And people will mind blown. Right now, this is a bit more you know, complex to not be at the level of the markets, but so far, what you currently have is pretty cool. The animation is pretty cool. And going back to what I said 3 weeks ago, when Figma announced the collaboration with Anthropic and Claude Code directly, you can, if you have a Claude Code or Claude Pro account already, you can plug in Claude Code to Figma and then ask Figma to import the design directly. So if we go to Zoink, that's cool. That's cool. Um, you know, uh, that was somewhere along the line of here, right there. Basically, you can get in and say visualize that website and extract the thing and put it inside of Figma, and basically just get in, extract the things, and give you exactly what you need. So the article itself is here. We have the original Figma article right there. So if you wanted to read it and follow through, it is right here. So basically, they have the videos to explain, and as Dylan said, you can now say just send this to Figma, and then the browser render the page, and then that's it. So that's a very useful thing. I don't know exactly how good it is for Lovable. I have a feeling that this is probably going to be something that Lovable themselves are going to gatekeep a bit. There is a probability that you don't have the ability to extract the code directly. And I forgot, because I don't know, not necessarily forgot, that, or if the code is exportable. Like I don't remember if you can just export the code right away as code. I don't think you can, but I'm not sure. If you can, then that's good. If you can't, then I don't know. But yeah, like that's the thing. If you can, then that's great. So based on that's true. Yeah, but the issue that I have with this is that it ends up the same way that Webflow is working or was working in the beginning. I know, a long time ago. Basically, you could export the code and have it on your machine, but they are still in there using a ton of scripts and things that are Webflow owned. And so if Webflow decided to cut these things out, you're out. And I have a feeling that if you are doing the same thing with Lovable with your own GitHub account, maybe they still have some scripts in there that you can't really get rid of because they are like the base JavaScript of their stack behind. That is a bit of an abstraction layer, but I don't know. I haven't used that ever, so I can't really talk about it. But yeah, no, you did pretty good. That thing is looking pretty good. But that's the most important thing. You need to make sure that your onboarding and your ability to get the people to try the tool, use the tool, remain on the tool for one reason, or 2 reasons, or 16 reasons, it depends, is as good as it can be, because otherwise that's going to be bad. That is going to be bad. But yeah, that's the thing. That is the thing. That's crazy. I mean, someone sent, or not sent, but like said something on Thread. These are some asses, goddamn. I think it's this one. Basically, David was saying that they are doing or creating a Linktree alternative. And so I basically said, well, we all did the same thing as soon as Bento died. And I've been listing out the one that I know of. I know that someone else has listed something that I haven't checked. Linky. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. This is kind of bad. All right. You see this? You see this? I mean, ugh. Sorry. Um, and I'm there with a $30 a year thing. Pretty good with that. Let me start. Let me create my stuff. Can I get That's crazy. That's a crazy. It's a crazy thing. You can't do shit with that. There's nothing in settings. That makes no sense. This website. Yeah. I mean, also. I probably just gave out some data to someone that is not really using Google. Because goddamn, what in the fake Google account is this? Also, you still can't delete your account. Good job. Anyways. I go back there. I get it. I get it. I mean, them cheeks be cheekings. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I needed to go do some grocery shopping, so I need to send you to Clark because it's been a while now. I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but he's doing something. But yeah, thanks a lot for being here. As always, highly appreciate it. I'm sending you to Clark. If you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord, ask that in the design and help section. That will be highly appreciated. As always, if you have a perfume collection, use that. If you have a list of links, use that. If you're learning Japanese, go there. And if you are looking for UI kit, go there before the price doubles or triples. I don't know yet. We'll see. We'll see. It's currently $80. I think it's gonna be 160 to 180 once we have the components. That's full soon, but not that soon either. Anyways, this is still broken. I'm sorry, I can't do anything about it. Yeah, take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. And I'll see you all on Monday, which, by the way, next week we only have stream Monday and Tuesday. And Monday and Wednesday. My bad. No stream on Friday. Anyways, bye.